Chapter 1547 Tian, Yingzhe. Chapter 1547 Tian, Yingzhe. 1547 Tian, Yingzhe. I understand your immense talent and prowess, and I've witnessed the full force of your attacks. But, my dear little friend, these immortals are not like anything you've encountered. They are a force beyond your wildest imagination, and they won't simply stand there to be defeated. I implore you to reconsider your decision. Senior Bai's words carried a weight of urgency, hoping to sway Yuan's determination. Don't worry, Senior Bai. I've grown a lot stronger since my visit to the Vanishing Valley. I'm also not as reckless as you think. If I deem the opponent too dangerous, they'll run away. And what if by the time you realize the danger, it's already too late? It would be far wiser to avoid them altogether, Senior Bai sighed, his disappointment evident as he contemplated Yuan's unwavering resolve to face this immortal. If anyone else were in his shoes, they wouldn't even think of such a thing. I guess this is what differentiates the true prodigies from the talented. They are truly incomprehensible beings. There's also a saying that the more talented an individual is, the more they tend to attract danger. Unfortunately, this is also why they tend to perish earlier than others despite having more potential. Normally, Senior Bai would stop trying to persuade Yuan to fight the immortal, but knowing firsthand how dangerous the immortals from the Nine Heavens' Eternal Grotto are, he continued trying. The criminals within the Nine Heavens' Eternal Grotto, the immortals you're so eager to fight, are arguably even more dangerous than the ones sealed within the primordial realm. They are also much harder to kill than ordinary immortals due to their unique physiques, such as the one within the fourth heaven, who has the shrouded physique, which makes their appearance impossible to perceive even with divine sense. And because you cannot see their body, you won't be able to predict their attacks or attack them effectively. I see. Yuan turned silent with a pondering face, but it wasn't because he was reconsidering fighting the immortal. He was wondering how he could effectively deal with them. Anyway, thank you for warning me about the immortal. I'll keep my eyes out for them. Also, I would like you to pass on a message to Lady Su for me. Senior Bai narrowed his eyes at Yuan, wondering if he had given up on fighting the immortal or the opposite. What's the message? Can you ask her if she knows the name Tian Yingzhe? That's all. Tian Yingzhe? Okay, you'll let her know. Then I'll see you next time. I'm going to warn you again, just in case. Don't engage with the immortal. Just run away and notify me if you sense them nearby. I understand. Yuan nodded with a mysterious smile on his face. Senior Bai still felt concerned for some reason. Once Yuan left, he sighed out loud. Alas, even there's nothing I can do if he truly wants to fight the immortal. Wait a minute. I can just have someone watch over him. With this idea in mind, Senior Bai left his world to contact someone from the Celestial Overlord. Sometime later, Senior Bai arrived at a massive outdoor training ground that was as large as several major cities. This junior greets Overlord Bai. A half-naked, tall, and robust man stopped his training and respectfully bowed to Senior Bai after noticing his presence. Sorry for the sudden visit, Kellen. You're always welcome, no matter the time and day. Are you busy nowadays? Senior Bai asked. It's the same as usual. Then, do you mind doing me a favor? I'd like you to watch over a junior of ours in case he does anything reckless. A junior of ours? So, he's a member of the faction? Yes, he joined very recently. This junior must be very special for you to go out of your way to do this. Kellen smiled. You have no idea. He was recruited by Celestial Overlord Su herself. What? Celestial Overlord Su recruited him. All right, we'll take a look at this junior. Where is he? Fourth heaven. Omicron him, huh? But we're currently in the eighth heaven. I'm aware. Kellen raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Oh, was this junior sent to the lower heavens to find a certain somebody? Kellen suddenly came to this realization. No, this junior was recruited in the lower heavens. He's only a spirit king, so he's a real junior. In no way. Kellen wore a look of disbelief on his face. When was the last time they had someone with such low cultivation amongst their ranks? Don't look down on this junior, Kellen. Even though Head only recently joined, he's already a general. Already a general? That's impossible. Kellen cried out loud. Senior Bai smiled. If his rank had been lower, I would have asked someone else. You're the only commander with so much free time, too. Please don't make me sound like a slacker, Overlord Bai. Training is also working, and I'm still healing from my injury. Senior Bai glanced at the obvious scar that covered Kellen's arm and said, I'm just joking with you. Anyway, can you do this favor for me? You'll also be helping Celestial Overlord Sue since she cares about him too. Of course. You just need me to watch over him, right? Yes, since he might pick a fight with one of the escaped immortals who was found in the fourth heaven. A mere spirit king daring to pick a fight with an escaped immortal from the 9 heavens, Eternal Grotto? This kid's got guts. We might get along pretty well. Kellen laughed out loud at this information. His name is Yuan. Also, he's from outside the 9 heavens, if you know what I mean. I know. The lost ones, right? Do you mind if I talk to him? Or am I just supposed to tell him like a spy? You can interact with him if you want. All right. Don't bully him too much, or you might catch a beating from Celestial Overlord Sue. Senior Bai chuckled. Well, have I ever bullied a junior? Kellen laughed out loud. Then he'll make arrangements for your descent after I speak with Celestial Overlord Sue. You should prepare for your departure, too. Understood. He'll see you later, Overlord Bai. After Senior Bai left, Kellen smiled. A spirit king and a general. Huh? I have high expectations, so don't disappoint me, Junior. After his meeting with Kellen, Senior Bai went to find Su Jiechi. It feels like I've been seeing you much often lately. Is this related to him? Su Jiechi spoke the moment Senior Bai entered her office. Yes, it's about Yuan. I wanted to let you know that I had sent Commander Kellen to watch over him. Why? Su Jiechi raised an eyebrow at this unexpected news. One of the escaped immortals was spotted in the fourth heaven, and when I warned him about it, he decided to fight them instead of running away. I advised him not to fight them, and even though he said he understood, I cannot help but doubt him. Is that so? Fighting an escaped immortal? Huh? If he somehow manages to defeat an immortal, our reputation would skyrocket. You want him to fight the immortal? Senior Bai stared at her with wide eyes. Of course not. I'm just saying. Anyway, you did the right thing. We cannot let someone as talented as him die in vain. Is that all? There's one more thing. Yuan asked me to pass a message on to you. After clearing his throat, Senior Bai repeated, Do you know the name Tian Yingzhe? What? Su Jiechi's expression froze after hearing this name. Seeing her reaction, Senior Bai swallowed nervously. After a moment of silence, Su Jiechi suddenly stood up, slammed the desk before her, and loudly inquired, Where did he learn of this name? I don't know. I didn't ask since it seemed like an innocent question. Who is Tian Yingzhe? Should I be worried? Su Jiechi didn't immediately respond and fell back onto her chair. After another moment of silence, she sighed. He was the founder of the Celestial Overlord. What? The founder? But I thought. Su Jiechi nodded and said, the founder had 2 names. One was his true name, and the other was used for the Celestial Overlord. Even among the other Celestial Overlords, only I knew his true name. Oh, then was it okay for you to have revealed it to me? Senior Bai asked. It's fine, since you would have learned it sooner or later after. However, how did Yuan learn of this name? I'll ask him the next time I see him. Please do. Su Jiechi nodded with a serious expression on her face. Also, although it's just a name, keep it to yourself. Of course. I won't tell a soul. Senior Bai nodded. Then what about your response? He then asked. Just tell her what I told you. I understand. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to Bai Lianhua's side after leaving Senior Bai's world. You're really not being humble. Yuan smiled when she saw the piles of techniques Bai Lianhua had picked out. Is this too much? I knew it, but no, it's fine. Yuan chuckled. Are you sure I can have all of this for free? I'm certain. Once they were prepared, Bai Lianhua brought all of the techniques to the register, shocking the worker. But before the worker could even open his mouth to speak, Yuan showed his general symbol, shocking the worker even more. Thank you for your service. The worker bowed to Yuan. Yuan nodded at him before turning to look at Bai Lianhua and speaking. It's done. You can put them away. What? That's all. She stared at him with a gawking expression, as she had anticipated a much lengthier process. That's all, he confirmed with a smile. Chapter 1548 Messing with the Qin Family. Chapter 1548 Messing with the Qin Family. 1548 Messing with the Qin family. After acquiring the techniques, they left the myriad of techniques. However, even after successfully leaving the store with the techniques, Bai Ning couldn't believe that she had managed to acquire so many powerful techniques for free. Even if she had her family's full backing, it would still be difficult for them to purchase this many rare and valuable techniques without severely damaging their finances. Yet, she was able to acquire them for free because of Yuan. How exactly did you manage to do that again? She looked at him with wide eyes. Did you know that factions also exist in? I am part of the faction that owns the myriad of technique, so it's a member's privilege of sorts. Yuan gave a brief explanation. Do you think I can also join your faction? Bai Ning knew the answer even before she asked, but she still had to take her chances. Probably not, and I am not looking down on you when I say this, but their requirements are quite high, as they're one of the top factions in the upper heavens. In fact, you won't even meet them unless you ascend at least to the 6th heaven. Bai Ning showed a bittersweet smile and shook her head. No, it's fine. I completely understand. I am not foolish enough to think that I have even a fraction of your talents. There's no need to drag yourself down like this. You're plenty talented. With enough experience and time, you'll definitely qualify for my faction. Bai Ning nodded and said, So, what are you going to do now? Return to the 4th heaven? Not yet. I still have some business in 3rd heaven. By the way, do you know Qin family? Yuan said, I know of several. Which one are you referring to? The one close with the Walker's family and the Gu family. Oh yeah, I know of them. They've been quickly rising in reputation and power recently with the Walker's family and Gu family's help. After all, why are you asking about them? Did something happen between you guys? Yuan nodded. I'm not directly involved, but they've been bullying the family of someone who's very close to me, even going as far as to use poison. Poison? What a nasty bunch. But I'm not surprised that someone closely affiliated with Fiery Queen has such a nature. What are you going to do with them? I'm not sure yet. The family they've been targeting has been losing business because of the bullying, so I'm thinking about messing with their operations within as a warning. If you want, I can help you locate their businesses. It shouldn't be too hard with my family's resources. Really? That'd be great. Consider it my payment for the techniques, even though it's nowhere enough to pay for everything. Bai Ning showed a bashful smile. She continued, Then I'll contact you once I have the information prepared. It shouldn't take too long. A few hours at most. All right. By the way, take this. Yuan handed her a spatial ring filled with treasures that he had picked up but had no use for. This is a lot. There are even divine-grade treasures inside. Are you sure about this, Yuan? The techniques are already more than enough. Just take it. He nodded. Thank you, really. Bai Ning logged off the next moment. With nothing else to do, Yuan also decided to log off. While he waited for Bai Ning to scout the Qin family's business, Yuan went to visit the Chu family. I've decided to mess with the Qin family's business within Cultivation Online. Mess with? If you don't mind me asking, how do you plan on doing that? Chu Jian asked. It depends on the kind of operation they have, but they'll most likely end up destroying all of their business. Yuan casually shrugged. Is that so? By the way, any news from the Qin family? Yuan then asked. Well, they figured out that we know about Chu Wuyang being their spy when they haven't been able to contact him since we locked him up. Just yesterday, they threatened to completely destroy our business within Cultivation Online in a few days if we don't obey them. Omicron in a few days, huh? Not before I destroy them in a few hours. Yuan smiled. To do so much for us. I really don't know how to thank you. Chu Jian sighed. You don't need to thank me because I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for Lulu. Yuan calmly corrected him. We still end up receiving your help, so you have my gratitude. 3 hours after they logged off, Bai Ning contacted Yuan. The Qin family has 3 major businesses in the 3rd heaven. The first and most profitable business is their monster hunting business. They have about 50 different teams that specialize in monster hunting throughout 3rd heaven, and you can identify them through the purple badge by their waist. Their strongest and highest grossing team is in Nightwing City, most of them being spirit lords. While they don't have a store, they typically meet up at the Purple Lizard Pavilion before going on their hunt. After giving Yuan their location, Bai proceeded to give him some of their names and their physical descriptions. She continued, their second business, the dungeon hunting team, is currently staying at the 8-Point Hotel in Union City. Their third business is a medicine store called Perfect Qin Medicine, which is also located within Nightwing City. You've gathered so much information so quickly. I was told it wasn't easy learning about another's business without having insiders. Yuan smiled. Bai chuckled. Who in the 10 great families doesn't have a spy or two? With how quickly the Qin family has been growing, I'm sure there are many keeping eyes on them. Makes sense. Then I'll see you later. Yes, see you later. After returning to Cultivation Online, Yuan made his way to Nightwing City, while Bai sorted out all of the treasures Yuan gave her. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the Purple Lizard Pavilion and, using his divine sense, looked at every single individual inside the pavilion. It must be them. Yuan quickly found the players who matched the description Bai gave him. He didn't approach them and simply watched them from afar. There were 11 players in their group, all of whom were between the 6th and 9th levels of Spirit Lord. Although Yuan wanted to kill them immediately, he decided to mess with them a bit first. Half an hour later, once they were prepared, the group of players left the city and entered the nearby wilderness, where magical beasts between the 3rd and 6th levels of Spirit Lord roamed. They quickly encountered their first magical beast. It was at the 5th level of Spirit Lord. Yuan didn't interfere and watched them hunt the magical beast together. Their movements and great teamwork indicated that they'd been working together for a long time. It took them almost 10 whole minutes to defeat the magical beast, but only 5 out of 11 had fought. After defeating the magical beast, they stripped any valuable materials from the corpse before resuming their hunt. For their next encounter, the other 6 that didn't participate in the first encounter fought. They rotated between 2 groups to save energy, as they planned on hunting until night. However, during their third encounter, right as the group was able to defeat the 7th level Spirit Lord Magical Beast, Yuan appeared out of thin air to steal their kill. What the fuck? Who the hell are you? Yuan was wearing a mask, so none of them could identify him. Moreover, Yuan had killed the magical beast so badly that even its materials could not be salvaged. Identify yourself, the group demanded. However, Yuan didn't say anything and merely escaped from the scene, vanishing like a ghost. What the fuck was that about? I have no idea. He was probably just some weirdo passing by. Let's forget about him and continue our hunt. The group didn't bother chasing after Yuan and resumed their hunt. However, their 4th and 5th encounters had all been sabotaged by Yuan, who refused to explain anything and vanished as soon as he was done. God damn it. What the fuck is going on? Does that person have a grudge against us or something? He's not even letting us collect the materials. I have never seen or heard of anything like this before. That's it. If he dares to show up again, we're all going to attack him without warning. Keep your eyes out, the leader of their group declared. They encountered their 6th magical beast soon. Once again, Yuan showed up at the end to claim the kill for himself. The group of hunters was prepared this time and attacked him the moment he showed himself. However, none of them had expected Yuan to block all of their attacks with ease, and before they could attack again, Yuan vanished into thin air. God fucking damn it. What the hell is that bastard's problem? We've been out here for 4 hours and only managed to secure 1 kill. He's probably hiding his face because he's afraid we might recognize him. Let's see how long he can keep this farce up. He must use a considerable amount of spiritual energy to defeat the last few magical beasts. I doubt he'll be able to continue this for long. He will eventually slip up, and that's when we'll get that bastard. Yeah, the group continued their hunt, fueled by anger and the desire to catch Yuan. Chapter 1549 Messing with the Qin Family 2. Chapter 1549 Messing with the Qin Family 2. 1549 Messing with the Qin Family 2. Several hours have passed since Yuan started messing with the Qin family's strongest hunting group. They figured he would eventually run out of energy and mess up, but Yuan continued stealing their kills with seemingly no effort at all. Fuck, I've had enough. Get out here and face us like a man, you fucking coward. Come out. Get out here and fight me, you bastard. The group of players eventually had enough and started yelling out loud like a group of maniacs. Seeing this, Yuan smiled inwardly. I guess it's about time I stopped messing around and deal with them for real. With that in mind, he emerged from his hiding spot and appeared before them. You finally appeared, you kill-stealing bastard. I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. Let me give you a good beating. The group of players approached Yuan with enraged faces. However, Yuan raised his hand and gestured for them to stop. Wait a minute. I have some questions for you before I decide your fates. And who the fuck are you to decide our fate? Get him, the leader of their group shouted. But before any of them could move, Yuan released his suppressed cultivation base at the peak of Spirit King. The pressure was so immense and unbearable for these spirit lords that they collapsed on the ground, unable to breathe. A Spirit King, please, have mercy. Yuan retrieved his aura, allowing them to breathe again. I think you might have mistaken us for someone else. I don't ever recall offending someone like you. Hearing such words, Yuan spoke. So you guys aren't working for the Qin family? Huh? This is about the Qin family? He silently nodded. We do work for the Qin family, but what's that got to do with this? I'll keep this short, but I'm going to shut down the Qin family's business. So if you could do me a favor and just quit, I won't make things difficult for you. What? This is too sudden. We can't do that even if you threaten us. One of them quickly said, Why are you targeting the Qin family? They have a lot of influence nowadays, especially with the 10 great families' help. I am just giving them a taste of their own medicine. They dare to mess with the Chu family's business, so I'm now messing with theirs. The Chu family? Look here, we have no involvement in businesses outside hunting magical beasts, and we're bound by a contract. If broken, we'd need to pay a huge fine, so we cannot quit even if you threaten us. How much are these fines? They'll pay for them. Yuan said, You'll pay for our fine? That's ridiculous. If not, they'll give you a real excuse to not work anymore, by killing you until you lose your ability to cultivate. He calmly threatened, leaving them speechless. The players trembled in fear upon hearing Yuan's words, which were definitely effective. They exchanged glances with each other and, without uttering a word, nodded at each other. All right, well, quit if you can pay for our fines. It's $1 million for each violation. If Yuan were truly willing to pay for their fines, it would definitely be better than getting killed and losing their ability to cultivate, as they would be able to change employers. $1 million each, right? Yuan retrieved a random heaven-grade treasure and showed it to them. Although heaven-grade treasures have gone down significantly in price, at least compared to when Yuan sold the frozen jade zither, as they're becoming more accessible, they can still be fetched for over $10 million with ease. You can keep the change. Also, if I find out that any of you were involved with messing with the Chu family, they'll hunt you down not just in cultivation online, but also on Earth, so this is your last chance to come clean. Yuan said as he handed the treasure to the one who seemed to be the leader of the group. I swear we're not involved. I don't know about the other teams, but we're definitely clean. Yuan nodded and said, Also, if you're still working for the Qin family after this, you'll die before you even realize it. We wouldn't dare. Before you leave, tell me about the other hunting teams. Yuan then said, I have their schedule and hunting grounds all listed here. The leader of the group handed Yuan a jade slip that contained all sorts of useful information that allowed him to hunt the others down more efficiently. Thank you. Yuan left shortly after. While Yuan went hunting down the other teams, the group of 11 players immediately went to sell the heaven-grade treasure on CO player auctions. The treasure was sold in under 1 hour for $15 million. Over the next several days, Yuan traveled all over the third heaven and bribed all of the Qin family's monster hunting teams to quit. Those who refused to accept his bribes were threatened with death, and the rude ones were beaten until they were on the verge of death, which only took a single punch from him. When the Qin family was suddenly told by their strongest and highest-earning monster hunting team that they'd quit, the Qin family was left baffled and confused. They became even more bewildered when every member of the team paid the fine for breaking the contract. When asked why, the team told the truth, that they were threatened by a powerful cultivator to quit working for the Qin family or have their cultivations crippled. Soon, more and more teams from their monster hunting business stopped working with them. Fuck. Which bastard is responsible for this? And why are they doing this? Qin Long, the head of the Qin family, slammed his table in anger, causing it to split in two. For it to happen right after Chu Wuyong was caught. I don't think this is a coincidence. Qin Long, his eldest son, said with a pondering expression on his face. Chapter 1550 Messing with the Qin Family 3. Chapter 1550 Messing with the Qin Family 3. 1550 Messing with the Qin Family 3. So the Chu family is involved in this, huh? But how did they acquire information on all of our monster hunting teams? Qin Long pondered out loud. I'd wager one of our own teams betrayed us, providing the Chu family with the information they needed. But for them to resort to hiring a spirit king, they must be quite desperate. Qin Long said. Longer, it'll leave this troublemaker in your hands. Qin Long said to his son, I will crush this bastard for daring to mess with my Qin family. Qin Long nodded with a cold expression on his face. Meanwhile, after Yuan made all of the Qin family's monster hunting teams quit, he made his way to Yun City, where their dungeon hunting team was residing in the 8-Point Hotel. Due to how rare dungeons typically were, most businesses put most of their resources into one team. The Qin family's dungeon team consisted of 30 players, all of whom were between Spirit Grandmaster and Spirit Lord. When Yuan arrived, he used divine sense to scout the hotel and immediately found 20 players with the Qin family's identification token. According to the intel provided by some of the monster hunting teams, all of the members of the dungeon team stayed at the same hotel. Are the others offline or scouting? Well, it doesn't matter. Yuan pondered what he should do with them. Sometime later, he forced his way into one of the rooms through the window. Inside, 4 players were looking at a large map together. Who the fuck are you? Yuan's intrusion immediately alerted them because he made no effort to be stealthy. They swiftly pulled out their weapons and pointed them at Yuan. Calm down. I'm not here to hurt you. Yuan calmly raised his hands as if to show that he was harmless. Then why are you here? One of them asked with a suspicious frown. I'm here to make you quit working for the Qin family. They'll even pay for whatever fine you may incur for breaking the contract. What? And why are you doing this? I have some beef with the Qin family, that's all. So what do you say? I say screw off. The 4 players in a room suddenly pounced at Yuan with their weapons flying. However, Yuan didn't even bother dodging their attacks and used his body to block them. What the fuck? The players were shocked when their weapons couldn't penetrate Yuan's skin, much less injure him. It felt like they were trying to cut metal with a butter knife. It's pointless. You won't be able to kill me even if I went to sleep right now. Anyway, they'll give you one more chance to keep your life. Quit working for the Qin family or die to me with a chance of becoming a cripple. Yuan stood before them like a domineering warlord, his aura so intense it made the players gasping for breath. We will quit, they eventually said. All right, one more thing. Are you guys, by any chance, responsible for bullying the Chu family? Yuan suddenly asked. Huh? The Chu family? And no, we had nothing to do with that, right? I have no idea what you're talking about. These players suddenly became nervous, and it was written all over their faces. Is that so? Yuan suddenly pulled out the grail of truth, which was already emitting a bright light. Sorry, but it looks like my offer will no longer apply to you anymore. Before any of them could even utter a single word, Yuan waved his sleeve with sword aura pouring out. 3 of the players immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist, while one of them only lost an arm. Of course, he survived only because Yuan allowed him to live. Tell me, who else was involved with the Chu family? Just the 4 of you or the entire team? Yuan asked him, who was kissing the floor with his buttocks, his face filled with fear as snot and tears flowed down his face. All of us. We were all paid a bonus by the Qin family to mess with the Chu family's business. The player immediately revealed everything. The Grail of Truth had no reaction, meaning he was telling the truth. Is that so? Make sure to tell your buddies to quit, or it'll come after you until you can no longer cultivate. Yuan killed the last player after finishing his sentence. He made his way to the next room shortly after. Who the hell are you? There were 5 players in this room. Yuan went straight to business and said, I'm here to avenge the Chu family. If you don't quit working for the Qin family after I kill you, they'll continue to kill you until you lose your ability to cultivate. If you're unlucky to be crippled after one death, that's too bad. Before any of the players in the room could even respond, Yuan killed all of them with sword aura. He continued doing this until every member of the Qin family's dungeon team was wiped out. However, there were several that weren't at the hotel, so he waited a few hours for them to show up before moving to his next target. After waiting for 6 hours, the rest of the team showed up at the hotel, and all of them were killed after being told to quit working for the Qin family. The Qin family was immediately alerted when Yuan killed the first 4 players. What? He killed all of them because they were involved with the Chu family. This confirms it. That bastard is avenging the Chu family and targeting our businesses in cultivation online. Qin Mulan slammed his desk that was just replaced, destroying it again. Longer. How are you going to deal with this bastard? He turned to look at Qin Long, who had a pondering face. Since he's targeting our businesses, he'll most definitely show up at our medicine store. They'll wait for him there, he said. How are you going to stop him? He's a spirit king. Qin Mulan said with a frown. So what if he's a spirit king? I have with me a magic talisman that can instantly kill even a spirit emperor. A spirit king is nothing before me. Qin Long laughed out loud. Good. Qin Mulan nodded. Chapter 1551 Qin Long. Chapter 1551 Qin Long 1551 Qin Long. After he met with his father, Qin Long immediately went to his family's medicine store to wait for Yuan. Welcome, young Master Qin. Are you looking for some medicine today? The workers there greeted Qin Long. This place will be attacked soon. Close down the shop and get everyone out of here, he said to them. What? Who would dare to attack us? The workers there were shocked to hear this news. They had the 10 great families backing. No sane player would dare to offend them, much less attack them. I don't know, but they undoubtedly work for the Chu family. Anyway, get out of here. Things will definitely get messy here. The workers quickly closed down the store and left, leaving Qin Long alone in the store. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at Nightwing City once again. He used divine sense to inspect the place. Only one guy, huh? Looks like he's expecting me. The lone individual at the store had a confident and arrogant air around him as he sat at the entrance like a commander in battle. After pondering for a moment, Yuan casually approached the store without hiding his presence. Qin Long immediately noticed him due to his mask and said, So, you're the bastard that's been trying to ruin my family's business, huh? How much did the Chu family pay you? They'll triple it if you stab them in the back. Who said anything about getting paid? I'm doing this without any payment. Qin Long frowned at this unexpected information and said, Do you even know who you're messing with? We have 2 of the 10 great families backing us. Once we figure out your identity, you can kiss your life goodbye. Oh, is that so? It'll make it easy for you. Yuan spoke as he reached for his mask and removed it, revealing his handsome face to Qin Long. Why you? Player Yuan. Qin Long immediately recognized him. It's been Player Yuan this entire time. I should have realized this sooner. Qin Long nearly facepalmed. Qin Long was aware that Chu Liuxiang had left the family to live with Yuan, so it should have been obvious that he would be the one messing with them when they said he was a spirit king. Did Chu Liuxiang ask you to do this? Qin Long asked. No, I'm doing this because I owe the Chu family. You must be from the Qin family. What do you think you can achieve by yourself? You'll find out soon enough, bastard. Qin Long sneered in disdain. Had always wanted to deal with Yuan for stealing Chu Liuxiang from him, but he couldn't find a way to do so since Yuan lived inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain and barely interacted with other players in, making it difficult to track him. Yuan smiled and said, You seem awfully confident. Is that thing in your pocket really that powerful? Qin Long's expression immediately darkened after realizing Yuan was aware of his magic talisman. Judging by its spiritual energy, is it a magic talisman? The same one you gave to Chu Weiyang? Yuan continued. Qin Long immediately retrieved the magic talisman from his robe and pointed it at Yuan. So what if you know about it? It's too late to run. I only need half a second to activate it, and then you'll go boom. Before I kill you, let me ask you something. Yuan calmly nodded with a carefree smile, seemingly unfazed by his threat. How far have you gotten with Chu Liuxiang? He asked. You don't need to concern yourself with our relationship, but if you really need to know, we're very intimate with each other. Qin Long's entire face twisted in anger, his face flushed red. If one's glare could kill, his was definitely intensive enough to commit mass murder. Why are you looking at me like I stole your lover? She was mine to begin with. You were the one using underhanded tactics, trying to steal her from me. Yuan casually shrugged. Omicron M, silence, you bastard. I've had my sights on her for years. So what? You were never fated to be with her. Simple as that. And you are fated to die here. Die for me, you bastard. Yuan could tell that Qin Long had begun pouring his spiritual energy into the magic talisman and activated sword aura. Before Qin Long could fully activate the magic talisman, his entire arm was severed by Yuan's sword aura. Qin Long fell back while screaming. Think about our surroundings. Using such a powerful item in the middle of a city would be disastrous. Yuan shook his head. If they were not in a bustling city surrounded by people, Yuan would have let Qin Long use the magic talisman on him. Unfortunately, the magic talisman was simply too strong and had the capability to level the entire city. Yuan collected the magic talisman and tossed it into his spatial ring. He turned to look at Qin Long and said, Any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, they'll kill you now. You'll pay for this, player Yuan. They'll be waiting. Yuan casually flicked his arm, decapitating Qin Long with sword aura. After killing Qin Long, Yuan destroyed the entire building before him, so the Qin family could no longer use it for business. His action shocked everyone around him, but nobody dared to call for help. By the time the city guard arrived, Yuan had long left the city. Now that I've dealt with the Qin family's business, let's wait a little to see how they'll react. Yuan logged off for the day and notified the Chu family of the situation. I'm sorry, father. I couldn't even activate my magic talisman because he used some invisible skill. Qin Long also notified his father of his failures. What happened to our store? By the time I returned, it had turned to rubble. He sighed. Bang! Qin Mulan slammed his desk, destroying it. A moment of silence filled the room before Qin Mulan spoke in a grim voice. They'll contact the Walker's family and the Goof family to see if there's anything they can do about our situation. Qin Mulan contacted them shortly later. Player Yuan? Sorry, but there's nothing we can do against him in Cultivation Online. The Walker's family refused to deal with Yuan while he was inside Cultivation Online. They knew that he was essentially impossible to defeat, and fighting him would only result in their loss. The Goof family, however, did not immediately refuse to help the Qin family. If you can provide us with a solid plan to deal with player Yuan, we will assist you. Thus, the Qin family proceeded to spend the next several hours planning. Player Yuan is helping the Chu family, right? Why don't we just attack all of their businesses at once? There's no way he could stop all of us at once. The Chu family have already changed their operations, and without Chu Weiyang, we won't be able to locate them fast enough. How will attacking the Chu family help us defeat player Yuan? That only enrage him even more. Player Yuan is a spirit king. There are probably fewer than 10 spirit kings, even amongst the top players. It's impossible to defeat him. How about we borrow the power of NPCs? There are plenty of spirit king cultivators in the third heaven. Actually, I know of a faction in the third heaven that specializes in assassinations. Qin Long suddenly said, That's great and all, but what if he's already returned to the fourth heaven by then? Won't we be wasting our money? Despite spending hours on it, the Qin family could not find a solid plan to deal with Yuan. In the end, They could only wait for Yuan to leave the third heaven before they resumed their businesses. Sometime later, Qin Long returned to cultivation online. Since he died inside Nightwing City, he respawned in the same city. Fucking player Yuan. I will definitely have my revenge the next time I see him. Qin Long looked at the sky and cursed out loud. Oh, how are you going to do that? A familiar voice suddenly resounded behind Qin Long, greatly startling him. He swiftly turned around to see a familiar face standing behind him. Player Yuan, why are you here? He cried out loud. I heard someone calling my name, so I came here to see who it was, Yuan said sarcastically. He continued, Anyway, I see that you still have your cultivation. How many times do you think I'll have to kill you before you lose the ability to cultivate? Why you? You can't be serious. Qin Long had a terrified expression on his face after realizing what Yuan wanted to do to him. He's planning on spawn camping me. Due to how respawning works in cultivation online, it was possible to trap someone within a city and kill them repeatedly. However, this was only done by the foulest players and was heavily frowned upon by the player base. Do you not value your reputation? Once word gets out that you're a spawn camper, your reputation will sink to the bottom. Would they even believe such rumors? Yuan smiled. The next moment, Qin Long found himself staring at the death notification. Fuck, I must get out of the city before he finds me again. Qin Long immediately ran for the teleportation device upon respawning in a random area within the city. However, before he could even travel a block, Yuan appeared before him like a ghost. What? How did you find me already? Qin Long cried out loud, his eyes filled with shock. Yuan merely responded with a silent smile before killing him for the third time. Chapter 1552, Vengeful Slaughtering Formation. Chapter 1552, Vengeful Slaughtering Formation. 1552, Vengeful Slaughtering Formation. After Yuan killed him for the third time, Qin Long had to wait 24 hours before respawning. When an avatar is killed, it requires time to be reconstructed. While in this state, the player's consciousness will be transported to a black room with a countdown. Fuck, how'd he find me so fast? We don't respawn in the same location, and it's randomized, so there's no way he could have predicted my respawn point. He must have some sort of technique that allows him to find me quickly. Qin Long quickly came to this conclusion, but he could do nothing about it. Sure enough, Yuan found him using Divine Sense, which is already powerful enough to cover the entire city and more. While Qin Long waited for his death cooldown to disappear, he started spreading rumors of Yuan being a spawn camper online, spamming this information as far and wide as possible. Since spawn campers are widely despised and frowned upon by most players, it didn't take long for people to respond. However, Qin Long quickly became irritated when nobody believed him. Ha ha! Player Yuan spawn camped you in the third heaven? He left for the fourth heaven already. I'm sure player Yuan has much better things to do than spawn camp and nobody. Let's say he did spawn camp you, for argument's sake. I bet you deserved it. One thing I've learned about player Yuan is that he isn't the type to provoke others without reason. Qin Long was left fuming after seeing countless people mock him in the comments of his discussions. It also reminded him of Yuan's words before getting killed. 24 hours have passed, and Qin Long's death cooldown disappeared, but he didn't immediately log back onto and waited an extra day before doing so. However, when he logged back in and respawned, Qin Long was terrified by a particular change that occurred within his body. And my cultivation is gone, he cried out loud. When a player dies, one of three things can happen. 1. Nothing changes. 2. They lose all their cultivation and must start from scratch. Lastly, and arguably the worst outcome, they lose the ability to cultivate entirely, becoming a cripple. Players around the world collaborated to determine the probabilities of these three outcomes. With contributions from hundreds of millions of players, the chances of each outcome were finally revealed. Upon experiencing death, there was a 96% chance that nothing would happen to the player. There was a 3% chance they would lose all of their cultivation, and there was a 1% chance they would lose the ability to cultivate entirely. Although the probability of becoming a cripple was low, it was not zero, and millions of players around the world have already lost their ability to cultivate. Of course, losing all of one's cultivation was still better than becoming a cripple. That said, Qin Long had spent a fortune getting to Spirit Lord, unlike most ordinary players, so it was a devastating blow to him regardless. And my cultivation. Ah! Qin Long fell to the ground and bawled his eyes out on the street with many spectators around him. However, he was too devastated to care about the people around him, even if they saw him as a madman. For many minutes, Qin Long did not stop crying. Due to his commotion, the city guards were eventually called. When they showed up, they treated Qin Long like a madman and dragged him away, returning peace to the city. However, as they dragged Qin Long away, a masked figure appeared before them, blocking their path. Before the guards could even speak, the masked man said, "Qin Long, right? I see that you've lost your cultivation base after the last death. Unfortunately, but at least you can still cultivate." Qin Long snapped out of his daze after hearing Yuan's voice. However, before he could speak, Yuan continued, "At least for now, if you do not give the Chu family your word that you will never bother them again, I will keep killing you until you do. You will never be able to play Cultivation Online again because you will immediately die after respawning." Once he finished his sentence, Yuan used his sword aura to kill Qin Long again, shocking the guards. Yet, before they could even react, Yuan vanished in a thin air like a ghost. While Qin Long waited for his cooldown to disappear again, Yuan spoke to Ning. "Do you know any formation that can keep attacking someone, even if I am away? I don't plan to stay here much longer, but I can't leave without ensuring the Chu family's safety." "Yes, I do. I can create a formation around this city that will immediately attack a specific individual whenever they enter its range, and it can operate even if you're not present, but it'll only be able to target people you've interacted with before." Ning responded, "That's perfect. Since hell keep respawning within this city, this will keep him inside the city for as long as I want." "All right, let's do this," Yuan said. Ning took control of Yuan's body the next moment to create the formation. Sometime later, Yuan regained control and activated the formation. He wanted to witness the formation in action at least once before he left, so Yuan remained in the city until Qin Long's return. "I'll give you 3 days. Qin Long, hopefully, Yuan immediately budge and die a few more times before coming to your senses." Yuan smiled inwardly. Omicron, and meanwhile, Qin Long was losing his mind inside his room. "That fucking bastard, player Yuan. I swear to God that I will fucking kill him, even if it's the last thing I do." Despite Yuan's warning, Qin Long had no intention of listening to his demands. "I refuse to believe that you'll remain in the third heaven forever just to kill me." Qin Long decided to wait an entire week before returning to Cultivation Online. In the meantime, he spoke to his father about his situation. Of course, Qin Long was unhappy to learn that his son had lost all his cultivation, wasting the fortune they'd spent on resources to boost his cultivation. But there was no use crying over spilled milk. 3 days later, seeing that Qin Long hadn't returned yet, Yuan left the city and made his way back to the stairway to heaven to return to the fourth heaven. "Welcome back, Master. Are you returning to the fourth heaven?" Tian asked him. "Yes." "Okay." Tian created a staircase straight to the fourth heaven for him. "Thank you." Yuan ascended, returning to the fourth heaven shortly after. Upon returning to the fourth heaven, Yuan contacted Dong Yi. "Dong Yi, I need you to find someone for me. They are an escaped Immortal from the 9 heavens, Eternal Grotto. This Immortal has the shrouded physique. Apparently, he was spotted in the fourth heaven. Of course, I shall find him even if it's the last thing I do." Dong Yi immediately agreed without asking for his reason for wanting to find this Immortal. "Thank you. Now, I have some time to spare while waiting for Dong Yi. What should I do in the meantime?" Yuan pondered out loud. After thinking for some time, he remembered Shangma telling him about the Pavilion of Knowledge, which may have information on the Immortal Monarch. Let's give them a visit with Shi Meili. With his next destination in mind, Yuan went to find Shi Meili at the Cultivator's Haven. When he arrived, he went directly to their training rooms. However, they were all closed. He didn't want to disturb them, so he used his divine sense to peek inside Mei's room to see if she was busy. Mei was partially transformed inside her training room. Her body emitted a profound and oppressive aura as she sat in a cultivating position. The walls around her were also heavily damaged, even though they could resist attacks from spirit sovereigns without any problem. Seeing this, Yuan didn't dare to disturb her and waited for her to finish. Several days later, Yuan suddenly received a notification. So he's finally decided to return to cultivation online. A few seconds after this notification, another notification appeared before him. Meanwhile, when Qin Long finally logged into cultivation online for the first time in a week, his presence triggered the formation. The formation located Qin Long's precise location and activated in less than 3 seconds. And before Qin Long could even fully see his surroundings, his body was bombarded by powerful attacks that would instantly obliterate even a spirit king. So even if he still had his original cultivation, it wouldn't have saved him. Qin Long had only managed to take a single breath in cultivation online before being killed, and he wasn't even able to release the breath he took in. Even after his death, it took a long minute before Qin Long comprehended that had just been killed for the 4th time. What the fuck? He actually waited an entire week for me. Qin Long was more shocked by Yuan's stubbornness than his sudden death. Does he really intend to spawn camp me until our family stops messing with the Chu family? I don't even have the authority to make such a call. He cried out loud. Only the family head, his father, had the authority to fulfill Yuan's demand, but he did not want to embarrass himself further, putting him in a perplexed situation. Chapter 1553, Purple Sea. Chapter 1553, Purple Sea. 1553, Purple Sea. After his death, Qin Long immediately logged off and tried to cultivate. He sighed in relief after realizing that he could still cultivate properly. Even though the chances of becoming a cripple were only 1%, it was enough to stress any player out, much less someone like Qin Long. Damn it. What should I do? I cannot keep letting him get away with this. At this rate, he'll really cripple me. After pondering for a long moment, Qin Long suddenly thought of a good idea. Since nobody believes me that player Yuan is spawn killing me, I shall let the entire world witness it. If there were thousands of players watching, I doubt player Yuan would dare to kill me in front of so many people. This will allow me to get away safely. He went online and started another campaign. This time, he advertised his own demise, telling people to visit Nightwing City if they wished to see player Yuan spawn camping him. Sure enough, his antics were effective, and many players visited Nightwing City over the next several days. However, many of these players just wanted to see player Yuan and couldn't care less about Qin Long being killed. News agencies also sent people to witness player Yuan spawn killing, as it would give them something to talk about for a while. Soon, tens of thousands of players could be seen wandering Nightwing City. 4 days after his last death, Qin Long logged back into Nightwing City was bustling with activity, with players thronging every corner, most of them hoping to meet player Yuan. After respawning, Qin Long shouted out loud, "Witness me." The players around him instantly turned their heads to look at Qin Long, and just as they finished turning their heads, several powerful attacks descended from the sky to attack Qin Long, instantly killing him. Qin Long was shocked by his swift death. He could have never anticipated Yuan would be so ruthless as to kill him without hesitation despite the presence of so many players. As for the players, they immediately looked at the sky, expecting to see Yuan hovering above them. However, they were left puzzled when nobody was in the air where the attacks were shot from. Where's player Yuan? I don't see him. Did he leave already? That quickly? No way. I don't think he was even here. Ha. What kind of scam is this? I knew this Qin Long was trying to slander player Yuan all along, but I was still expecting something. How foolish of me. Who was the one that just got killed? I couldn't even see his appearance clearly before he died. Probably some poor soul paid to die so that they could sell this nonsense to us. Qin Long quickly became a laughingstock once news of what had transpired within Nightwing City spread on the internet. Qin Long, eldest son of the Qin family, slanders player Yuan. Player Yuan is innocent. Many articles about Qin Long quickly surfaced, spreading through the community like wildfire. Qin Long quickly learned of Qin Long's embarrassing situation and summoned him. Longer, what the fuck are you doing? I asked you to take care of player Yuan, but you dragged our family name through the mud instead. You're a laughingstock right now. Qin Long slammed his desk, destroying it. Now that his reputation had hit rock bottom, Qin Long no longer cared about losing some more and revealed the entire situation to his father. Player Yuan threatened to continue killing me until I lose my ability to cultivate or we stop messing with the Chu family. At this rate, I will never be able to play cultivation online properly again. Please do something about this, father. Let's just forget about the Chu family. They're not worth our attention anymore. Qin Long appeared to be on the verge of tears as he revealed this information. Qin Long wore a deep frown on his face after hearing this and said, "Our Qin family and the Chu family have been at war with each other for many generations. How will we face our ancestors if we give up? Would essentially be acknowledging our defeat. We will not stop until the Chu family is completely bankrupted. As for your situation, just take a break from cultivation online to focus on your real cultivation. I doubt player Yuan will spawn camp you forever. He will eventually have to give up and return to doing whatever he's doing. Also, he has an upcoming faction war with the Fiery Garden of Hell. He won't be able to play cultivation online during that time, so you can use that time to leave the Nightwing City." Qin Long looked at his father with wide eyes. "Why, you're a genius, father. I completely forgot about his upcoming faction war. All right, he'll do that and take a break from cultivation online." Qin Long nodded and said, "I will try to do something about those mocking you online. While I want to be able to censor everything, ITLL definitely reduce the amount of people talking about you. Thank you, father. I apologize for this failure. I will definitely make it up to you one day." With that, Qin Long stopped logging on to cultivation online and focused on his cultivation on Earth. Qin Long quickly started paying people to censor anything negative about Qin Long, slowing down the attention he was receiving. Meanwhile, Yuan knocked on the door to Shi Mei's training room once he noticed Shed finished her cultivation and appeared to be taking a break. Shi Mei walked to the door, and she muttered to herself, "I'm pretty sure I still have plenty of time left in his place." "Huh, Yuan, you're back." She was pleasantly surprised to see him standing in front of her training room. "Yes, and I plan on visiting the Pavilion of Knowledge, operated by the Xian family. Since your father had a connection with them, I was wondering if you want to come with me." "Of course, and I hope you didn't wait too long for me." It wasn't too bad. They left the Cultivator's Haven together shortly after. "Do you know where the Pavilion of Knowledge is?" Shi Mei asked him. "No, I don't, but someone might." He asked Dong Yi about the Pavilion of Knowledge. The Pavilion of Knowledge is located on a secluded island in the middle of the Purple Sea, north of Qin City. Purple Sea, huh? All right. Yuan used the teleportation formation to travel to Qin City and, from there, traveled north for several days until he encountered a purple-colored sea. "I wasn't expecting a literal purple-colored sea," Shi Mei muttered with a surprised look on her face. This was her first time seeing something so unusual before. With their divine sense, they could see thousands of fishermen at the docks. "Hey, what are they doing?" Shi Mei, who had never seen fishermen before, asked. "They're fishermen, and they're fishing, trying to catch the fish in the water," Yuan explained. "Fishing? What an odd thing to do. Want to take a closer look?" Yuan then asked. "Yes." She immediately nodded, her face filled with anticipation. They entered the docks and watched the fishermen. Sometime later, Shi Mei approached one of the fishermen and asked, "What are you trying to catch?" Are you new to the Purple Sea?" The fisherman asked. "Yes. This is my first time visiting this place," she nodded. "Well, there's only one thing we can catch from the Purple Sea, violet tuna. However, they're exceedingly rare. Even though there are thousands of us fishing every day around the clock, only around 10 of us will catch a single violet tuna for the entire day. Why are they so rare? And why are they so desirable? Well, for one, they're incredibly delicious. But that's not the main reason they're so coveted. Violet tuna are infused with potent spiritual energy, and consuming one can significantly boost a cultivator's strength. They're not just a delicacy. They're a treasure for anyone seeking to enhance their cultivation, said the fisherman. What's the history behind the purple-colored sea? Yuan suddenly asked. Legend has it that a mighty dragon was slain near these waters, and its purple blood seeped into the sea, forever staining it with its vibrant hue, said the fisherman. A dragon with purple blood? That would be the ancient galaxy dragon. They're incredibly rare and powerful, even among the dragon race. I heard less than 10 of them have existed since ancient times. She merely muttered after hearing this information. Do you know anything about the Pavilion of Knowledge? Yuan then asked. Those weirdos that live in the middle of the Purple Sea? I know they live in the middle of the Purple Sea and rarely leave their place. There's also a rumor that says they will reward you if you can provide them with useful information they don't already know. I see. Thank you for the information. Yuan suddenly pointed 2 fingers at the Purple Sea. Then, with a gesture, he fished out a sizable purple-colored fish from the water with his spiritual energy. This shocked every fisherman there and left them speechless. Once the fish hovered before Yuan, he said, "For taking the time to speak with us." The fisherman accepted the violet tuna with a dazed look on his face, unsure how to react. But before he could say anything, Yuan and she merely flew away, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 1554 Pavilion of Knowledge. Chapter 1554 Pavilion of Knowledge. 1554 Pavilion of Knowledge. How did that young man do that? Divine sense shouldn't work in the Purple Sea. The fishermen were shocked by what Yuan had done. The Purple Sea had a special property that blocked all divine sense from peeking underneath the water surface, hence why nobody there could repeat what Yuan did despite being cultivators themselves. Meanwhile, Yuan and she merely continued flying north for several days until they could see a tall silhouette on the horizon. We're almost there. She Mei's voice was brimming with excitement, as this would mark her first encounter with another dragon clan outside the ancient dragon city. After a few more hours of flying, they finally arrived at the Pavilion of Knowledge, situated in the center of a large island. The Pavilion of Knowledge was an imposing, tower-like structure with a spiraling design that ascended towards the heavens, its peak lost amidst the clouds. The island looked like any tropical island, but magical beasts wandered freely. Most of them were around Spirit Emperor level, with a few at Spirit Sovereign level. However, before they could even reach the island, Yuan and she merely stopped when they noticed a figure approaching them from the island. This individual was a middle-aged man with blue hair and azure-colored eyes who boasted the cultivation of spirit enlightenment. Welcome to the Pavilion of Knowledge. I am Xianwei, one of the 7 scroll elders here. How can we assist you today? When Xianwei spoke, his gaze was mainly on Mei, almost as if he was aware of her dragon bloodline. I'm here to learn more about the Immortal Monarch, Yuan said. Xianwei turned to look at him with a frown and replied, "You want information on the Immortal Monarch? Not only are you not worthy, but you won't even be able to afford it." Mei frowned and said, "Who are you to decide whether he's worthy or not? Any information on the Immortal Monarch is sacred and priceless, and our Pavilion of Knowledge does not accept money or treasures for payment. The only payment we accept is information of equal value, and there's no way in hell and nobody from the 4th heaven would have information as valuable as information on the Immortal Monarch." Xianwei sneered. "You're making a lot of assumptions for a nobody." Mei sneered back. Xianwei frowned and said, "I showed you respect by personally coming out to greet you because I could tell you're of dragon bloodline, and this is how you treat me? You can leave now. The Pavilion of Knowledge will not serve you. If you want to show respect, you should have sent the head of this place to greet me. What is a mere servant's greeting worth?" Mei shook her head, seemingly genuinely disappointed. Xianwei's face darkened after being mocked as a servant by Mei. If you think I won't harm you because we have dragon blood flowing through our veins, you're sorely mistaken, Junior. Xianwei roared. Oh yeah? I'd love to see you try. She melee retrieved Furious Dragon and went into a combative position. Seeing this, Xianwei merely released his cultivation base. How brazen of you, Junior. This senior shall teach you a lesson your parents never taught you today. Yuan shook his head at their situation before looking at the Pavilion of Knowledge and speaking. To the senior watching this, are you sure you want to let them continue? Her surname is Shi, and her father's name is Shi Shengma. After hearing this information, the individual who had been watching them from the peak of the Pavilion of Knowledge experienced a great shock, causing him to fall back on his chair. Stop it, Xianwei! A loud voice boomed the next moment, instantly halting Xianwei's movements. He turned to look at the Pavilion of Knowledge with a puzzled expression on his face, and a silhouette approached them from the tower before he could even utter a word. This silhouette belonged to an elderly man with long white hair, a short blue beard, and azure-colored eyes shimmering with profound knowledge. He donned a black outfit adorned with a blue scroll-shaped symbol. Grandfather, what are you doing out here? And why did you stop me from punishing these rude juniors? However, the old man completely ignored him and respectfully bowed to Shimeli. I apologize for my grandson's lack of manners, young lady. May I have your name? Shimeli. Who are you, old man? Why you? How dare you address the master of the Pavilion of Knowledge as old man? Just shut up for a moment. The old man snapped at him before returning to smile at Shimeli. As he said, I am a master of the Pavilion of Knowledge and the previous patriarch of the Xian family who operates the Pavilion of Knowledge within the fourth heaven. My name is Xian Kuan. Is it true that your father's name is Shi Shengma? He then asked. That's right. You know my father? Xian Kuan nodded and said, I didn't just know him. Our Xian family used to serve the Shi family and his father, long before they entered the ancient Dragon City. What? But they haven't left the ancient Dragon City for millions of years. Why would they come out now? Xianwei cried out loud after hearing this. Since you're out here, does that mean your father is also? Xian Kuan asked. His eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. Nope. I left the ancient Dragon City by myself to travel with Yuan. She merely shook her head. Oh, is that so? Xian Kuan immediately became dejected. I was hoping to speak with him again after so long. Anyway, let's go somewhere more comfortable and continue our conversation there, shall we? She merely nodded. Yuan and she merely proceeded to follow Xian Kuan to the Pavilion of Knowledge. Grandfather, are you sure we could trust them? What if they're impersonating the Shi family? Xianwei asked him through divine sense. Shut up, you idiot. You've never seen someone from the Shi family, so you wouldn't know, but I can tell that the young lady is definitely from the Shi family. I am confident enough to put my life on the line. I also expect you to give her a proper apology. Why are you treating her like you still serve the Shi family? We haven't worked for them since they went into hiding within the ancient Dragon City. Xianwei couldn't comprehend why they had to lower their heads to someone they used to work for. I bet our current standing isn't lower than the Shi family. You better watch your mouth, Xianwei. If you think I won't hit you because you're my grandson, you can test me. Our Xian family has served the Shi family for generations since ancient times. Even if we no longer work for them, we will always put them above us. Xianwei could not understand Xian Kun's point of view and decided to remain silent. Once they arrived at the Pavilion of Knowledge, Xian Kun led Yuan and Shi Mei to one of the guest rooms for esteemed guests. Xianwei, go bring them some tea. You can use my tea leaves. What? We have servants for that. Xianwei wore a look of disbelief on his face. How could he, one of the 7 scroll elders, stoop as low as serving tea to guests? His position was only below that of his father and Xian Kun. Don't make me repeat myself. Xian Kun narrowed his eyes with a cold glint in them. Xianwei could only swallow his frustration and listen to Xian Kun's command. I guess I wasn't wrong to call you a servant. Shi Mei chuckled, rubbing salt on his wounds. Xianwei's body trembled in anger, and he stopped walking for a second, but he didn't say anything and quickly left. Don't tease him too much, young lady. He has a short temper. Qian Kuan smiled. That's what he gets for looking down on Yuan, she sneered. Yuan, you must be your friend. Qian Kuan turned to look at Yuan, who appeared unremarkable at a glance. But once he tried to peek deeper, Qian Kuan was surprised that even he couldn't inspect Yuan's body, who was only a spirit king. Thank you for calling out to me earlier. I would no longer be able to face my ancestors in the future if someone from our Qian family had harmed a member of the Shi family. He's more than just a friend to me, Senior Qian. He's essentially a member of our family, with my parents' approval, of course. What? His Majesty accepted a human into the Shi family? That's unthinkable. Qian Kuan stared at her with wide eyes. He could still vividly recall Shi Shengmo's hatred for humans, which forced his family to escape into the ancient dragon city. You don't have to believe me. Yuan, show him your robe and ring. She merely winked at him. Yuan nodded and retrieved the golden dragon robe and the dragon spatial ring, showing it to Qian Kuan, who stood up from shock. The dragon spatial ring, and even the golden dragon robe. Heavens! I never thought I would see these precious items in a human's possession. He exclaimed, You have no idea how much he helped my Shi family. If it weren't for him, the Azure Dragon family would have ended our family's lineage. She merely sighed. The Azure Dragon family? Those ambitious bastards try to do something like that? Though, I can't say I'm surprised. They have always been hungry for power and authority, even before they moved to the ancient dragon city. Qian Kuan shook his head at this information. Chapter 1555 Pavilion of Knowledge 2. Chapter 1555 Pavilion of Knowledge 2. 1555 Pavilion of Knowledge 2. Young Master, on behalf of the Qian family, thank you for helping the Shi family. Qian Kuan respectfully lowered his head at Yuan. Don't even mention it. I only did what was natural. Yuan smiled. Anyway, you're here for information on the Immortal Monarch, correct? Qian Kuan then asked. Yes, that's correct. I see. Unfortunately, as Xianwei had already said, any information on the Immortal Monarch is incredibly sacred to us. So even if you are with the Shi family, I cannot give you any information without payment. This is also a rule of the Pavilion of Knowledge I cannot break as its master. No, I completely understand. I never thought it was going to be free anyway. If you provide me with new information on the Immortal Monarch, I will be willing to share information on the Immortal Monarch that you may not be aware of. That sounds fair, correct? Yuan said. Qian Kuan looked at Yuan with a doubtful gaze. Information on the Immortal Monarch was incredibly rare and not something that could be found within the fourth heaven in this day and age, after all. However, he only remained doubtful and didn't outright dismiss Yuan as a fraud. By the way, how does the Pavilion of Knowledge verify the information they're given? She merely suddenly asked. We have a treasure called the Heavenly Scroll of Validity. It can tell whether someone is being genuine or not, explained Qian Kuan. Sounds like my Grail of Truth. Yuan thought inwardly. While the Heavenly Scroll of Validity and the Grail of Truth had similar functions, they were actually very different. The Grail of Truth only had the capability to tell whether someone was lying or not, so it wouldn't be able to detect anything deeper than that. As for the Heavenly Scroll of Validity, it directly reads one's soul to tell if they are being genuine or not. If you truly wish to purchase information on the Immortal Monarch, we will need to verify your information before the Heavenly Scroll of Validity. Qian Kuan continued. He'll do it. Yuan nodded. Let's do it after we drink some tea. I'd like to chat more with the young lady here, as well. I don't mind. Xianwei returned sometime later with 3 cups of tea. He placed the tea on the table, immediately turned around, and walked back out to the door without uttering a single word, clearly still upset that he was treated like a servant. Wait. Qian Kuan suddenly stopped him. The young lady here hasn't received an apology from you yet. Why do I have to apologize to her? I did nothing wrong. Xianwei roared. Do I really have to repeat myself? Qian Kuan frowned, his domineering aura growing more noticeable. Xianwei's entire body trembled in anger, but he didn't dare to talk back. He turned to Shimei and reluctantly lowered his head before stiffly speaking. "I'm sorry. Apology accepted." Shimei could have remained silent, but she thought it would annoy him more if she responded, and she was right. Xianwei stormed out of the room the next moment, his face flushed red. "Now, then, young lady, can you tell me about your life in the ancient dragon city? And how is the Shi family faring nowadays?" Xian Kuan asked. Shimei casually nodded and began recalling her life in the ancient dragon city. Although Xian Kun's request seemed innocent and out of curiosity at a glance, he was actually trying to acquire information on the ancient dragon city. Due to ancient dragon city's seclusive and secretive nature, any information on them would be precious to the Pavilion of Knowledge, especially information on the Shi family, a dragon clan with royal blood that hasn't been seen in the outside world for millions of years. Yuan silently enjoyed the tea as he listened to their chat. In the blink of an eye, several hours have passed since Yuan arrived at the Pavilion of Knowledge. "I see. I'm glad that His Majesty is doing well these days. It's unfortunate that he can no longer progress his cultivation due to the lack of spiritual energy there, but he knew this before going inside the ancient dragon city. Now let me tell you about the history of the Xian family with the Shi family." Xian Kuan said, "Our Xian family has served the Shi family for generations, even before the divine heavens split into 9 heavens. It all started when your ancestors saved our ancestors' life. After our ancestors swore loyalty to the Shi family, we started working as their servants until we were promoted to being their record keeper, where we record significant moments or their achievements. Everything was great until the humans started hunting down dragons like madmen. The Shi family didn't want to deal with humans and decided to move into the ancient dragon city, a world of its own, created by none other than the dragon ancestor. However, the Shi family didn't force their retainers to follow them and gave us a choice, to follow them or remain in the 9 heavens. Our Xian family wanted to follow the Shi family, but alas, we found a new objective in life when a certain someone showed up, the Immortal Monarch. This individual was so awe-inspiring and special that we wanted to remain outside to witness and record his greatness, which was the start of the Pavilion of Knowledge. This is why we regard information on the Immortal Monarch sacred. It's the foundation of the Pavilion of Knowledge. Anyway, we can start verifying your information now." Yuan nodded and stood up. "Let's go." Xian Kuan proceeded to bring them to a large and spacious room on the upper floor. This room only had 4 things inside: a table, 2 chairs, and a golden scroll that was floating above the table. This scroll emitted a profound, almost otherworldly aura that permeated the room. "Please have a seat." Xian Kuan gestured toward one of the chairs before sitting down on the other one. Once Yuan sat across from him, Xian Kuan activated the Heavenly Scroll of Validity. From this point forth, the Heavenly Scroll of Validity will enter your soul to determine whether your information is genuine or not. Let's start with something simple. "What is your name?" "Yuan." The very next moment, the Heavenly Scroll of Validity emitted a golden glow that made the room appear divine. "Good. Now lie to me. Do you know Shimei?" "No." The Heavenly Scroll of Validity did not glow and released an imposing pressure that filled the room, as though a judge had just sentenced someone to death. "Last test. I won't ask you anything. Just tell me something. It doesn't have to be real either." Hearing such words, Yuan showed a mysterious smile on his face as he spoke. The Immortal Monarch is still alive. Xian Kun's eyes widened with surprise after hearing Yuan's information. As someone with millenniums of experience verifying information, he could usually tell when someone was farting or not, even without the Heavenly Scroll of Validity's help. Yet, he somehow found Yuan's information to be real, even though it shouldn't be possible. Xian Kuan immediately turned to look at the Heavenly Scroll of Validity for its response. He wanted it to permeate the room with its golden glow so badly, but he knew that it wasn't going to happen, as that would have severe and significant implications. A moment later, the room brightened as the Heavenly Scroll of Validity glowed gold. "What? Qian stood from his chair and slammed the table, looking like he'd just witnessed his ancestors crawling out of their graves. After standing there for a long minute with a bewildered look on his face, Qian looked at Yuan and asked in a trembling voice, Where did you get this information? However, Yuan merely shrugged and said, Who knows, but the information I just gave you should be pretty valuable, right? I wonder if it's valuable enough for you to give me what I want. Qian's jaw dropped after hearing his words. He was rendered completely speechless, and his mind was already in a mess from the earlier information. Eventually, he took a deep breath and sighed, Very well, I shall give you all the information we have on the Immortal Monarch. But honestly, the information you gave us is already more valuable than everything we've gathered since our foundation. That's fine. Follow me. Qian tried to walk to the door, but he stumbled and fell on the floor like an old man who suddenly had his cane taken away. Sorry, but can you give me a moment? He asked with an embarrassed look on his face. Take your time. Yuan nodded with a smile. Qian remained seated on the floor for several minutes, contemplating the information that the Immortal Monarch was still alive out there somewhere. The Immortal Monarch is alive. The Immortal Monarch is alive. Why hasn't he made an appearance for so long? What about the 9 Divine Supremes? Just who is this young human? Qian knew Yuan was an extraordinary existence when he managed to visit the ancient dragon city and receive the Shi family's approval, but this was truly far beyond his expectations. This young man, could he be related to the Immortal Monarch? Perhaps his descendant? No. He wouldn't need to look for information on the Immortal Monarch if he were the Immortal Monarch's descendant. Sometime later, once Qian could finally walk properly, he led Yuan to the room on the highest floor of the Pavilion of Knowledge. Chapter 1556 Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch. Chapter 1556 Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch. 1556 Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch. This is the room where we keep all of the Immortal Monarch's information. We call this room the Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch, Qian said, as they approached a metal door crafted from a black metallic material adorned with the image of a human figure surrounded by 9 beastly entities. You will be the first guest to visit this room. Welcome to the Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch. Qian proceeded to bite his thumb and press it against the door, feeding it with his blood. The black door slowly creaked open, and she merely swallowed nervously in anticipation. However, once the door was fully opened and they stepped inside, the interior was quite ordinary. Inside, tall wooden shelves hugged every wall in the room, and thousands of scrolls were neatly placed on them. Please, take as much time as you need here. They're all labeled, too. I will be leaving to deal with something else. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me. I will be in the room across from this one. Qian said to them before closing the door for them. Then he went into the other room and sealed the door shut. Where should we start? She merely asked as she looked around. Yuan used his divine sense to look at all of the labels quickly and pointed to the shelf by the door. That's the beginning, so we can start from there. She merely nodded and walked to the shelf. Immortal Monarch's first appearance, she read the label out loud. She picked out the scroll labeled with the number 1 and looked at Yuan, asking, Can I do the honors of reading it? He nodded with a smile. Go ahead. Thus, she merely began reading the records of the Immortal Monarch's first appearance. According to the records, the Immortal Monarch's appearance was very sudden, like thunder in a clear blue sky, and when he appeared, there were already 3 Divine Supremes by his side. When he first appeared in the world, he was already accompanied by 3 supreme entities that would eventually be known as the 9 Divine Supremes. The first was Dragon Goddess Yayo, also known as the Dragon of Origin, one of the first dragons to exist in the divine heavens alongside the dragon ancestor and the Great One. Unlike the other 2 dragons of origin, who spread their names far and wide, Dragon Goddess Yayo preferred being low-key and seclusive. She was rumored to be the strongest divine beast during her time. Unfortunately, she disappeared along with the Immortal Monarch. She merely read, her hands trembling with excitement. The second supreme entity who followed the immortal monarch was the primordial phoenix, one of the first phoenixes to exist. Her prowess rivaled that of the dragons of origin, except the dragon goddess, who was stronger than the other two dragons of origin. The primordial phoenix's body burned so intensely that she would set entire stars ablaze just by being in its vicinity. She was rumored to have true immortality, where she would not die even if her soul perished. She also disappeared alongside the immortal monarch. The third supreme entity that followed the immortal monarch was also the most mysterious and unique of the 9 divine supremes. Eater of stars, once known as a natural calamity that devoured stars and everything unfortunate enough to enter its path, as though it was her only purpose. We don't know her name or how the immortal monarch tamed an entity like her, but she was the most obedient of the 9 divine supremes. Almost everything about her is a mystery. From her origins to her true strength, they all remained unknown even after the immortal monarch's disappearance. The Eater of Stars disappeared alongside the immortal monarch, but was spotted 900,000 years later. She had returned to being the abyss calamity she was once infamous for, devouring the stars and everything in the galaxy more intensely than before. However, there hasn't been any news of her since her initial reemergence. Yuan's body trembled after learning that Eater of Stars had returned to her life before she met the immortal monarch, most likely because had perished and could no longer satisfy her insatiable hunger. He looked to the ceiling with a woeful frown on his face, wondering if she was still living such a harsh life in the starry sky. If she's still out there, I need to find her as soon as possible so she can live a normal life again. Yuan clenched his fists until they bled, his eyes filled with newfound determination. However, in order to traverse the starry sky without the help of treasures, one must at least be a golden immortal. As for treasures that allow one to traverse the starry sky, most of them are insanely expensive. The immortal monarch and these 3 supreme entities traveled the divine heavens for thousands of years with one goal: to stop the war between humans and beasts and start their coexistence. The first intervention by the immortal monarch was between the blood mastiffs and humans. Due to their highly desirable blood mastiffs were hunted by humans to near extinction. As revenge for his bloodline, the strongest blood mastiff, known as the Crimson Terror, went on a carnage and destroyed hundreds of human settlements and consumed countless humans. In order to calm the Crimson Terror, the immortal monarch had a fight with it. Their fight lasted 700 years until the Crimson Terror was defeated. After their fight ended, the Crimson Terror swore loyalty to the immortal monarch and became the 4th 9 divine supreme. Crimson Terror. He was the Lord's father. Yuan recalled what the Lord told him not long ago. She merely continued. After turning the Crimson Terror into his subordinate, the immortal monarch swiftly dealt with the humans hunting the blood mastiffs. He declared that if any humans hunted blood mastiffs solely to benefit from their existence, or any beasts for that matter, he would personally wipe them out. This was the true beginning of his campaign to bring peace to humans and beasts. Over the next several thousand years, the immortal monarch stayed true to his words, killing humans that hunted beasts for their materials. As for beasts that hunted innocent humans for revenge, the immortal monarch also dealt with them. A lot. Countless humans and beasts died at the hands of the immortal monarch. In the end, the war between humans and beasts was forced to end by a third party with overwhelming power that could wipe out either side. The immortal monarch appeared to be a gentle and kind individual at a glance, but he was a true tyrant who made the world obedient with fear and power. However, he also made the world a better place by doing so. A tyrant? That was unexpected. She merely looked at Yuan, who also looked surprised by this information. He thought the immortal monarch had ended the war between humans and beasts through other means, but it turned out that he had simply forced it to end by making everyone fear him. To end the war by force, it may be a morally questionable method, but it was undeniably effective. Yuan sighed out loud. No, It may have been the only method. She merely suddenly said, "Not just humans, but beasts can also be unreasonable beings. If you wish to have two objects that naturally repel each other joined together, it can only be done with force." She merely said, "For example, attempting to make two magnets of opposite poles touch requires force, as their natural state is to repel each other." Yuan nodded, agreeing with her. She merely continued reading the scrolls. Once the war ended, the Immortal Monarch began working towards bringing humans and beasts together, something that could not be forced. In order to do this, he started with befriending the beasts to let them know that it was possible to coexist with humans. The Immortal Monarch started with the Dragon Clan due to his connection with Dragon Goddess Yayo. The Immortal Monarch started from top to bottom, so he first met with the Dragon Ancestor, who he quickly befriended. Due to the Dragon Ancestor's immense influence in the Dragon Clan, and with two of the three Dragons of Origin by his side, convincing the rest of the Dragon Clan required little to no effect. After gaining the Dragon Clan's approval, the Immortal Monarch sought the approval of the Great One. However, for reasons unknown, the Great One refused, even antagonizing the Immortal Monarch. Rumors suggested that the Great One was not on friendly terms with the other two Dragons of Origin, and thus could not accept someone they already accepted. The Immortal Monarch and the Great One weren't on good terms with each other? Now, that's another piece of information that I did not expect. Yuan muttered after hearing this information. He thought he had some kind of fate with the Great One at the beginning of his journey in Cultivation Online. But after their last interaction, their relationship with each other had become somewhat clouded. With this new information, his future relationship with the Great One became even more cloudy. It's a pity that we might be enemies in the future. I even learned Dragon's gaze from him in this life. Yuan sighed inwardly. However, he didn't immediately consider the Great One an enemy, as there were still many uncertain things. She merely continued. One day, the Immortal Monarch and the Great One had a massive fight that shook the divine heavens, and they became sworn enemies since that day. Yuan became speechless. Chapter 1557 Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch 2. Chapter 1557 Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch 2. 1557 Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch 2. Sworn enemies with the Great One? Now, that's an achievement one can brag about. She merely chuckled at this information. The Great One was a supreme entity that stood at the pinnacle of the world. To be noticed by him was an honor beyond measure, and to be considered a sworn enemy was a mark of unparalleled distinction. Of course, whether that was a good thing or not was debatable. What do you think caused the fight? She merely looked at Yuan. He shrugged. I can't imagine. From my few encounters with him, I can tell that he's a very prideful and fulfilled individual. I cannot imagine someone like him would fight over something simple. She merely then said, I always thought the Dragons of Origin were close to each other since they were the first dragons to come into existence and might see each other as siblings, but I guess I was too naive. Don't siblings tend to argue with each other? Yuan, drawing from his own experiences, mused, although most of my time with you Ro was pleasant, there were moments when we had fought in the past. So, I would understand it if the Dragons of Origin had similar experiences. Sibling fights, huh? I totally understand. I'm always butting heads with Moro. She merely chuckled. She continued reading the next scroll a moment later. After securing the Dragon Clan's approval, the Immortal Monarch set his sights on the Heavenly White Tiger Clan, a formidable yet relatively small clan renowned for their ferocity and tumultuous nature. Ranked as the 7th most powerful clan, their influence belied their size. The males, in particular, were notorious for their insatiable lust, a trait embedded deeply within their bloodline, which often led them into conflict with other clans. Although the females were not as lustful as the males, they were known to go to extreme lengths to acquire a partner once they fancied someone. Due to their nature, they did not make a good first impression, and the entire clan received a massive beating from Dragon Goddess Yayo when the males tried to go after her, and the females tried to get overly friendly with the Immortal Monarch. Their leader, the heavenly white tiger god, was particularly affected. He was beaten so severely that he lost all sexual desire, becoming as pure and chaste as a monk. He would also become the fifth of the 9 divine supremes. J. The heavenly white tigers. She merely sucked her teeth in an annoyed manner after being reminded of her encounter with Bai Tao. The dragon goddess should have just killed all of them back then, she casually commented. She looked at Yuan and continued. By the way, how's Feng Feng's recovery? I've been feeding her my blood almost every day. Her appearances changed a lot, but I still don't know when she'll return. I see. Hopefully, she'll return to us soon. Shimeli said before returning to the scroll. During his campaign to receive the approval of all major beast clans, the Immortal Monarch would occasionally hunt the surviving demons that had managed to flee the war. Demons, huh? I never got to see one. They must be all gone by now, right? What a pity. Shimeli muttered. Yuan smiled and said, You should be glad that you never got to experience their disgusting presence. Unfortunately, demons still exist in this world, and mine. They're just in hiding now. Have you seen one? She then asked. He nodded. Yes, and more than just one, unfortunately. Then did you fight them? They're supposedly immortal, with an indestructible body. Their body is definitely destructive. They just have insane recovery, so any damage they take would instantly recover, and unless you get rid of their entire being in one go, they could fully regenerate even from a small chunk of flesh. The only reliable method of getting rid of them would be demon-sealing techniques and sacred flames. Unless you have one of these abilities, you don't want to meet a demon. Oh, keep that in mind, she said. She picked up another scroll and continued. After traveling for hundreds of years, the Immortal Monarch met the 6th of the 9 Divine Supreme, a powerful divine beast that did not belong to any clan, the divine Yin Crane. The divine Yin Crane was a one-of-kind mythical being said to bring immense luck to anyone for the rest of their life if they're lucky enough to see it, and most people live their whole life not seeing it, including immortals that have lived for millions of years. Yet, the divine Yin Crane had personally appeared before the Immortal Monarch and requested to follow him. The divine Yin Crane, huh? This is my first time hearing about such a creature. She merely commented afterward. Me too, Yuan said. Is this information helping you regain your memories? She then asked. No, nothing's coming up. Maybe you'll recall something after hearing a little more. We still have thousands of scrolls to go through, after all. She moved on to the next scroll. The 7th to join the 9 Divine Supremes was the Celestial Turtle, a divine beast said to have the strongest and most durable body in the divine heaven. The Celestial Turtle has a massive body that was many times larger than the sun, and due to its size, it could only live in the starry sky. Rumors say that the Immortal Monarch had built a home for himself and the other divine supremes somewhere on the back of the Celestial Turtle, but nobody could confirm this rumor. The 8th of the 9 Divine Supreme was the Shadow Dweller, a divine beast that can enter and traverse shadows. Not much is known about this divine supreme due to its lack of presence. The 9th and final of the 9 Divine Supreme is unknown. Nobody but the other divine supremes and the Immortal Monarch himself have seen the 9th Divine Supreme's beast form. She merely closed the scroll. There's not much information about the 9 Divine Supremes here. Maybe they have their own category, she said afterward. Chapter 1558 Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch 3. Chapter 1558 Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch 3. 1558 Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch 3. Although there were still thousands of scrolls left to be read, there were only a few scrolls left that focused on the Immortal Monarch's journey. The other scrolls were dedicated to miscellaneous information on the Immortal Monarch and his companions. After spending thousands of years convincing the beast clans that humans could coexist with them, the Immortal Monarch helped some of the beast clans settle around human settlements, allowing them to experience it firsthand. Of course, the humans weren't happy about having beasts as neighbors, but there wasn't anything they could do to get rid of them, as the beast clans were all protected by the Immortal Monarch, someone even the Celestial Emperor had to be respectful around. Eventually, after many decades of coexistence, humans and beasts grew accustomed to each other's presence. Gradually, they began to converse and build a sense of camaraderie, transforming from wary neighbors to unlikely allies. Unfortunately, not every beast clan managed to coexist with humans. The Immortal Monarch did not force this on either side and allowed the beast clans that did not want to be around humans to return to their original settlement. Eventually, the notion of humans coexisting with beasts became commonplace. Many beast clans lived alongside humans, collaborating to build thriving cities and communities, breaking down the barriers that once separated them. The Immortal Monarch, content with the harmony he had fostered, ceased his role as mediator between humans and beasts and vanished from the world. For several thousand years, his whereabouts and activities remained a mystery. When he finally reappeared several thousand years later, he seemed like a different person, transformed by the unknown experiences during his absence. His demeanor had shifted significantly. He appeared more serious, less approachable, and carried an aura of profound gravity. The cause of this transformation was unknown, but it was unmistakable. Not long after his return, the Immortal Monarch sought a private audience with the Celestial Emperor. At that time, no one thought much of his audience with the Celestial Emperor, as they were known to be quite friendly and had many conversations before. However, this time was different. For reasons unknown to anyone but the two, their conversation sparked a fierce battle that lasted 7 days straight. The Celestial Palace was flipped upside down and turned to ruins as a result. The Celestial Emperor survived, albeit heavily injured from the battle. As for the Immortal Monarch, he vanished once more, now branded a criminal. Despite this, the Celestial Emperor refrained from hunting him down, wary of the Immortal Monarch's immense power and the might of his 9 divine supremes. News of the Immortal Monarch attacking the Celestial Emperor sent shockwaves throughout the divine heaven, raising questions from all corners. Speculations quickly followed, but with so little information to go on, most of these theories sounded like pure fantasy. After a few more thousand years of silence, the Immortal Monarch reappeared and confronted the Celestial Emperor once again, with all 9 divine supremes by his side this time. The Celestial Army was prepared to fight to the death to protect the Celestial Emperor, but to their surprise, the Immortal Monarch only uttered a few words to the Celestial Emperor before leaving. Yet, the Celestial Emperor's face remained etched with fear long after the Immortal Monarch had departed. The words uttered by the Immortal Monarch were only "I control my own fate, nobody else." The Immortal Monarch vanished from the world after that, never to appear in public again. Shortly after his disappearance, a catastrophic event unfolded. The sky turned a bright red, as if painted with blood, and the divine heaven was split into 9 different realms, becoming what we know today as the 9 heavens. It's evident that the Immortal Monarch had something to do with the event, but nobody knew why, except for the Celestial Emperor. However, the Celestial Emperor remained silent despite being questioned by the entire world. She merely returned the scroll to the shelf with a bewildered look on her face, clearly taken aback by what she had just read. Even Yuan wore a pondering expression on his face. So the Immortal Monarch caused the divine heaven to become the 9 heavens, and it had something to do with the Celestial Emperor. I wonder what happened after he accomplished his ambitions that caused him to change so drastically. Yuan muttered to himself. Whatever happened, it was disastrous enough to split the entire world into pieces. She merely commented, "Can you think of anything powerful enough to split the divine heaven?" Yuan asked. She merely pondered for a moment before shaking her head. While a cultivation god may have enough power to destroy the world, splitting the divine heavens into several pieces while keeping the world intact is a different story. Maybe a treasure? I have no clue, honestly. What do you think? She then asked. It was most likely a fight that caused it. As for the Immortal Monarch's opponent, there's too little information to go on, so I cannot imagine. A fight? The Immortal Monarch had the 9 divine supremes, who were considered the most powerful entities in the world. each strong enough to rival a cultivation god. I cannot imagine an opponent the 9, 10 of them couldn't defeat, even working together. She merely shook her head, finding it hard to believe anything could defeat the 9 Divine Supremes when even the Celestial Emperor was powerless before them, not to mention the Immortal Monarch himself. Yuan couldn't argue with Shi Mei's logic. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was definitely a fight that caused it. Suddenly, a particular term appeared inside Yuan's head. Outer God. He recalled the Black Death uttering this word for some reason. What if there are existences out there that defy the laws of this world, with power that surpasses the 9 Divine Supremes? He wondered inwardly. It wouldn't be the first time something extraordinary existed beyond their knowledge. Take Earth and Cultivation Online, for example. If it weren't for Cultivation Online, Yuan might never have discovered the existence of the 9 heavens, a realm far beyond their world's understanding and reach. Chapter 1559 Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch 4. Chapter 1559 Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch 4. 1559 Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch 4. Well, that's all for the Immortal Monarch's journey. The rest of the scrolls seemed to focus more on his companions and the place his head visited than the person himself. She merely said as she looked at the other shelves. "Let's check out the information on the 9 Divine Supremes," he said. She merely nodded and excitedly walked to the shelf with a sign that read Dragon Goddess Yayo. Dragon Goddess Yayo, one of the first dragons to exist, was also known as the Dragon of Origins. Beyond Dragon Goddess Yayo and the other 2 dragons of origin, the exact order in which the 3 dragons of origins came into existence remains unknown. Although she is typically in seclusion, slumbering far away from any settlement, whenever she wakes up from it, she would always find someone to spar with, earning her the nickname of Supreme Tormentor. Dragon Goddess used cultivation reached the equivalent of cultivation god sometime past the evil god's era. Rumor has it that she was the first entity to reach such a profound cultivation. We didn't learn of this until she started traveling with the Immortal Monarch. However, she was someone who got envious easily, especially when it concerned the Immortal Monarch, and would occasionally throw tantrums. Yuan smiled at this information and recalled the little tantrum she had thrown at the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. The scrolls went on to talk about Dragon Goddess Yu's history, at least the ones publicly known. Due to Dragon Goddess Yu's seclusive nature, not much was known about her in her earlier days, especially before she met the Immortal Monarch. According to those who fought with her, Dragon Goddess Yayo had a remarkably simple routine. She would either slumber or spar with others. If she wasn't napping in the starry sky, she was bullying someone. If she wasn't bullying someone, she was sleeping. After meeting the Immortal Monarch, Dragon Goddess Yayo only slumbered whenever the Immortal Monarch entered seclusion, and she would only pick fights with those who tried to get too close to him. It was quite obvious that Dragon Goddess Yayo fancied the Immortal Monarch, but nobody was bold enough to say it out loud, not even the other Divine Supremes. After spending several hours on Dragon Goddess Yu's information, she merely went on to read about the Primordial Phoenix. The Primordial Phoenix was perhaps the only divine beast who walked amongst the humans before the Immortal Monarch's influence. She had her own business, selling treasure she acquired, amassing a fortune rivaling even the Great One, who was known to hoard treasures like a madman. The Primordial Phoenix didn't spend as much time as the others with the Immortal Monarch, and only showed up occasionally whenever she got bored or was needed, like that time when the Immortal Monarch visited the Phoenix clan. The Primordial Phoenix is highly competitive and is often seen butting heads with Dragon Goddess Yayo. Eater of Stars was next on Shi Mei's reading list, but her shelf was quite empty when compared to the others, with one exception, the 9th member of the 9 Divine Supreme. Most of the information on the Eater of Stars was about her past before she met the Immortal Monarch. Besides Dragon Goddess Yayo, she spent the most time with the Immortal Monarch, to the point where it was nearly impossible to see the Immortal Monarch without her somewhere around him. The Eater of Stars was especially protective of the Immortal Monarch. If she perceived any threat to him, No matter how minor, she would immediately become aggressive, ready to unleash her wrath on anyone who dared to harm him. Nobody but the Nine Divine Supreme knew this. But the Immortal Monarch kept her hunger satisfied with his own blood, so it was only natural for the Eater of Stars to be protective of him, since he was the reason she could live a normal life. After finishing the scrolls on Eater of Stars, Crimson Terror was next. Despite the nickname he was given, Crimson Terror wasn't born a killer. In fact, he disliked violence and would always find a method to avoid it. Unfortunately, in order to protect his own clan from the greedy humans, he was forced to kill and kill until one day he lost his mind and became nothing but a crazed killer. If the Immortal Monarch hadn't snapped him out of it, the Crimson Terror would have inflicted significant damage not to just human society, but the beast clans as well. After being tamed by the Immortal Monarch, Crimson Terror traveled the world in his human form to fix the damage had done to the innocent. Up next, we have the Heavenly White Tiger God. Just as she merely reached for a scroll, the door opened and Qian Long walked inside. "How's everything so far?" he asked them. "I've learned a lot of new things from here, and we're just getting started," Yuan said. "I'm glad. Anyway, I have a new guest who needs my attention, so I will not be available for a little." "This guest must be fairly important," she mainly causally said. "Yes, this individual is not only from the upper heavens, but she's also from the immortal clans that are closely related to the Immortal Monarch." "Someone from the immortal clans?" Yuan raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "Which clan is she from?" "The Heavenly White Tiger clan." Yuan narrowed his eyes at this information. Could it be her? Yuan recalled the woman who showed up to protect Bai Tao. She mainly also had similar thoughts. For her to show up in this place, she must be looking for information, Yuan thought to himself. "Then, I'll let you return to your study now." Qian Long closed the door and went downstairs to meet this individual, while Yuan and she merely returned to reading scrolls. Even if this individual turned out to be the same woman they met, they had no reason to be in her business and decided to just ignore it for the time being. Chapter 1560 Bai Ning. Chapter 1560 Bai Ning 1560 Bai Ning. Once Qian Long arrived at the reception area, he could see a beautiful young woman standing with Qian Wei, who had a respectful smile on his face, a stark contrast to the way he greeted Yuan and Shi Meili. "Welcome to the Pavilion of Knowledge, Lady Bai Ning. How can we assist you today?" Qian Long respectfully bowed to her. Bai Ning looked at him nonchalantly and said, "I heard that this is the place to go for information. Is that correct?" "That depends on the type of information you're looking for, but generally, yes. We have information on pretty much everything, including information that is normally only available in the upper heavens." Qian Long spoke with confidence. The Pavilion of Knowledge gathered information from not only the fourth heaven, but also all the other heavens. They achieved this by contacting other information-gathering agencies in the upper heavens and sharing information with each other. "Good. I am looking for someone," Bai Ning then said. She continued as Qian Long raised an eyebrow. "This individual has long golden hair and golden eyes, a unique scent that does not belong to any beast clan that I know of, but his aura did resemble that of the dragon clan slightly. He wields a golden soul weapon shaped like a spear that can easily penetrate spiritual energy. He might have a habit of wearing masks. Oh, he's also immensely talented, being able to fight even spirit enlightenment despite being a mere spirit king." Qian Long wore a look of disbelief on his face after hearing the description of someone who sounded like pure fiction to him. A spirit king that can fight spirit enlightenment? That doesn't sound feasible at all. Qian Wei subconsciously uttered this after hearing such a ridiculous claim. Bai Ning narrowed her eyes at him and sneered. "Are you calling me a liar?" "And not at all. But how can you be sure this information is correct?" "Because I encountered and fought him myself in the third heaven. Not only did he match my strength, but he also humiliated my little brother, who had to unseal his cultivation to spirit enlightenment. Even then, it wasn't enough. A spirit king from the third heaven was able to match you? That sounds ludicrous, but since it's coming from you." Qian Kuan swallowed nervously. He began pondering seriously, but nobody that fit the description came to mind. There's no way a genius like that would go unnoticed. In that case, he must be a newcomer. Do you have any more information on this individual? Qian Kuan asked. Bai Ning recalled every little detail Bai Tao told her to Qian Kuan, who listened with great interest. I see. Truly a fascinating individual. As for that spear you mentioned, once Qian Kuan was given more details on the soul weapon wielded by this individual, he immediately thought about the dragon soul, something the Shi family had in their possession even before they entered the ancient dragon city. A soul weapon that sounds like the dragon soul, and with a young lattice recent emergence. Is this just a coincidence, or? Qian Kuan wondered inwardly, not daring to rush any conclusions. Oh, one more thing. This masked individual had some weird technique. Right when I was about to strike him, he shouted "Halt" at me in a commanding tone, and, as though I was his servant, my body obeyed, even though my mind rejected it. Bai Ning suddenly said, "What?" Qian Kuan frowned upon hearing this, and he asked, "Can you repeat that one more time? And how you felt in more detail?" Bai Ning closed her eyes and recalled the moment her body stopped working. With a single word, that individual was able to take complete control of my body, forcing it to listen to his commands regardless of my own will. If he told me to kill myself at that moment, I would have probably done so. I have never felt so powerless in my life. Bai Ning wore a nervous expression on her face as she recalled the sensation of being powerless, something she had never experienced since birth. Qian Kuan swallowed nervously and took a deep breath before speaking. I don't want to startle you or anything, Lady Bai, but what you describe sounds exactly like an authority, something only the purest of royal bloodlines can wield. What? Bai Ning frowned upon hearing this and said, You mean to tell me this individual has the authority to command the heavenly white tiger's bloodline when we are already the purest of our bloodline? That's nonsense. The heavenly white tiger clan already stood at the peak of their bloodline, so it was impossible for another bloodline to have the authority to command them. In that case, I can only think of one possibility, even though it may sound even more ridiculous than the last. Qian Kuan's body trembled at this thought. What is it? Bai Ning urged. After taking a deep breath, Qian Kuan muttered in a shivering voice, Immortal Monarch's dominion. That's the only authority that could possibly surpass the heavenly white tiger's authority. Are you insane? Bai Ning suddenly roared, her voice filled with anger. You dare suggest that the Immortal Monarch is still alive and that the person I fought was him? Just the thought of raising a finger against the Immortal Monarch left Bai Ning in utter disgust and anger, as she would rather die than do such a thing. Even if the Immortal Monarch were alive, he wouldn't be a spirit king. Moreover, why would the Immortal Monarch be bullying my little brother? After Bai Zetao's fight with Yuan, Bai Ning brought Bai Tao, who was half dead after the heavenly tribulation, back to her family, where he had to explain everything. However, Bai Tao gave a fake story, so Bai Ning was still unaware of the whole situation and thought Yuan was just targeting the heavenly white tiger clan for whatever reason. I know how ridiculous it sounds, but it's the only explanation. Furthermore, Qian Kuan hesitated for a moment before continuing, The Immortal Monarch, he's alive? What did you just say? Bai Ning and Qian Wei stared at him with wide eyes, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 1561 Bai Ning 2. Chapter 1561 Bai Ning 2. 1561 Bai Ning 2. Bai Ning's entire being froze like a stone statue after being told that the Immortal Monarch was alive. Her body trembled after a moment of silence, and she suddenly reached for Qian Kuan's collars. Once she got a hold of his robes, she lifted him into the air and roared, I swear to God, if you're messing with me. Qian Kuan was startled by her sudden aggression and hastily said, It's true. This information has already been verified through the heavenly scroll of validity. The chances of this information being fake are almost zero. Who? Who gave you this information? she growled. Qian hesitated to reveal this information since the Pavilion of Knowledge prided itself on its confidentiality. If he revealed a customer's name, it would set a dangerous precedent and, if exposed, would sink their reputation to the bottom of the sea. Please forgive me, but I cannot reveal a client's information, especially if that individual may have a connection with the Immortal Monarch. I beg for your understanding, Lady Bai, Qian said, his body soaked in cold sweat. Bai Ning froze again and, after a moment of silence, released Qian and said, "My apologies. I got a little too excited after learning of the information. You're right. This individual likely has connections with the Immortal Monarch to have such valuable information. I almost made a rash judgment there." Qian sighed in relief and said, "Thank you for your understanding. Although I cannot reveal this individual's information to you, I can speak with him and see if he would be willing to meet you." Bai Ning's eyes flickered after hearing this, and immediately nodded. "Please do. I must speak with this individual, no matter what. If there's anything I could do that would increase the chances of meeting him, let me know." Qian pondered for a moment before responding. "I'm not sure, but he seemed very interested in information related to the Immortal Monarch. If you have information to share with him, he'd have a reason to speak with you." "Information on the Immortal Monarch, right? I have plenty of that," Bai Ning quickly agreed. As an Immortal Monarch enthusiast, Bai Ning collected all sorts of information on the Immortal Monarch, and being part of an immortal clan, she has access to information not available to the public. "What about the individual you wanted to find?" Qian suddenly asked. "I can deal with him later. This takes priority," she said. "Then I'll be back. You can rest in the guest room in the meantime." Qian said, "You make it sound like you'll be able to contact this person soon." "Well, he is currently in the Pavilion of Knowledge. After all." "What did you say?" Bai Ning was pleasantly surprised by this news. "You don't mean..." Qian swallowed nervously as he thought of their recent rude guests. Qian left shortly after, leaving Qian and Bai Ning alone. Sometime later, Qian opened the door to Chronicles of the Immortal Monarch. "Young master, I apologize for disturbing you, but the guest from the Heavenly White Tiger clan would like to meet you. Due to her background, I shared with her the information you told me." Qian said with an apologetic look on his face. "She wants to meet me, huh?" Yuan didn't immediately give an answer. "She said she's willing to share information on the Immortal Monarch if you agree to meet with her. Since she's from an immortal clan, her information would undoubtedly be valuable." Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding his head. "Sure, I'll go meet with her." "Thank you." Qian bowed to him, feeling relieved. She merely placed the scroll in her hands down and asked through divine sense, "Should I come with you?" "No, I can speak with her alone. She might also recognize you." Yuan said. "All right." She merely nodded. Yuan left the room while she merely continued to read the scrolls. Sometime later, Qian brought Yuan to Bai Ning. The moment Bai Ning saw Yuan, she raised an eyebrow. She didn't recognize Yuan, but felt like they had met somewhere. "Hello, I am Bai Ning of the Heavenly White Tiger clan. How should I address you?" Knowing that he might be connected to the Immortal Monarch, Bai Ning spoke to him in a respectful tone. "Yuan," he said, "I heard you wanted to speak with me. What is this about?" He then asked, "I heard from Qian here that you were the one who told him the Immortal Monarch is alive. If you don't mind me asking, how did you acquire this information?" "I will share with you everything I know about the Immortal Monarch. In case you don't know, the Heavenly White Tiger God, our ancestor, was one of the 9 divine supremes that followed the Immortal Monarch, so we know more than most. I don't mind telling you, but can you tell me what you plan on doing with that information first?" Yuan said, "What I plan on doing?" Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, as she hadn't thought about it yet. If the Immortal Monarch is truly alive, I want to meet him," she responded in a low voice after a moment of silence. "And what are you going to do once you meet him?" Yuan continued to ask. "I will serve him just as the 9 divine supreme had. That is my dream," she answered with a serious expression on her face. "And what if he refuses?" "That's..." Bai Ning was left speechless. "I haven't thought that far, but I will not give up even if it's the last thing I do." Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking, If you want to meet the Immortal Monarch that badly, I can let you meet him. What? Really? You know where the Immortal Monarch is? Bai Ning's eyes widened with shock. Yes, but you'll have to do something for me. I will do anything, she answered without hesitation. We'll see about that, Yuan said with a mysterious smile on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1562 Vial of Blood. Chapter 1562 Vial of Blood. 1562 Vial of Blood. So, what do you need me to do? Bai Ning urged in an impatient manner. Yuan calmly said, You have a brother, right? Yes. I have several younger brothers, in fact. Why are you asking? Bai Ning raised her eyebrows with a confused look. I am looking for one of them. According to what I was told, he wields a pair of gauntlets. Yuan said, pretending he didn't know by Shu Tao. Gauntlet? I know 3 of them that wield them. Any more specifics? I heard he came down to the lower heaven for some mission. Oh, then you must be talking about Bai Shu Tao, our youngest. Why are you looking for him? I met him not long ago and couldn't finish our conversation because he had to leave suddenly. I'd like to speak with him and repay a little debt I owe him. Yuan said with a calm smile on his face. Is that so? Bai Ning's face became a little nervous as she continued. Unfortunately, Bai Shu Tao was heavily injured not long ago, so I had to send him back home to the upper heavens, so you might have to wait until he recovers. Heavily injured in the lower heavens? What happened to him? Yuan acted surprised to hear this information. He was viciously beaten by this masked individual. What? Why would this individual do such a horrible thing? Yuan's eyes widened with shock. My brother claimed it was a random attack, that he has no idea why he was being attacked. However, Bai Shu Tao is a troublemaker, so I wouldn't be surprised if he offended someone he shouldn't have. This individual was insanely talented and powerful. There's no way someone like that would attack Bai Shu Tao without reason. This is also why I came to the Pavilion of Knowledge, to find this individual who attacked my younger brother. Bai Ning clenched her fists in frustration. In her head, she couldn't care less about avenging Bai Shu Tao. The real reason she wanted to find this individual was to fight him again and to learn about his mysterious power. What will you do once you find this individual? Yuan asked out of curiosity. Well, I'm going to find out the real reason he attacked Bai Shu Tao, but regardless of the reason, had nearly crippled someone from the Heavenly White Tiger clan, so he will need to pay for his crimes. I will bring him back to my family, so they can deal with him. Bai Ning said, I see. I hope you find this individual and find justice for Bai Shu Tao. Yuan said, as for meeting with the Immortal Monarch, he's not in the condition to meet anyone right now. Anyway, he'll let you meet him in the future. What? Is he okay? You make it sound like he's injured or something. Bai Ning's face darkened, acting like a mother about her missing child. It's complicated, but you'll find out in the future. Anyway, can you share your information on the Immortal Monarch with me? After a moment of silence, Bai Ning nodded her head, and she retrieved a jade slip from her spatial ring before handing it to him. This is my personal logbook. I logged all of my information on the Immortal Monarch here. You can borrow it for now. Yuan accepted the jade slip and said, Thank you. As a token of our new friendship and to further develop our trust in each other, I would like you to have this. Yuan retrieved an object from his spatial ring and offered it to her. This is... Bai Ning raised her eyebrows at the vial of blood before her with a puzzled face. Why was he giving her blood, and who does it belong to? However, not wanting to be rude, Bai Ning accepted it without any question. Thank you? She said in a stiff voice. The vial was the length of her finger, and only a fourth of it contained blood. It was nice meeting you. They'll go back upstairs now. Yuan turned around and left before Bai Ning could question him about the blood. Once Yuan left, Bai Ning opened the vial and took a sniff of the blood. Her senses immediately went crazy from the sweet scent of the blood, and her body trembled uncontrollably from excitement. What a profound scent! Whose blood does it belong to? Even Xian Kuan could smell it from afar, and the scent made his mouth watery. I don't know, but I really want to taste it for some reason. Bai Ning swallowed nervously. Usually, she'd never even think about tasting a stranger's blood, but the sweet scent was too enticing and compelled her to do so. I'll just taste a drop to see if I can identify it. Bai Ning carefully retrieved a drop of blood from the vial with her Qi manifestation and placed it in her mouth. The instant the drop of blood touched her tongue, an overwhelming sensation surged through Bai Ning's entire being, as if she had been touched by the divine itself, baptized in an ethereal purity that transcended all comprehension. "Good heavens!" she cried out loud and fell to her knees, nearly dropping the vial of blood in the process. What the? Lady Bai, are you okay? Did that bastard poison you?" Xian Wei exclaimed in a terrified voice after seeing her drastic reaction. Bai Ning didn't respond to him and merely stared toward the sky with a dazed look on her face. "Lady Bai?" Xian Kuan swallowed nervously. It's so fucking delicious," she muttered in a dumbfounded voice. "Huh? Excuse me? This otherworldly taste that's unlike anything I've tasted before. This to die for taste. Only one individual could make a divine beast fall to their knees with the delicious taste of their blood, the Immortal Monarch. This blood definitely belongs to the Immortal Monarch." Bai Ning exclaimed as she came to a realization. The Immortal Monarch's blood? Impossible. Xian Wei cried out loud, his voice filled with disbelief. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1563, Immortal Monarch's Blood. Chapter 1563, Immortal Monarch's Blood. 1563, Immortal Monarch's Blood. Both Xian Wei and Xian Kuan looked as though they just witnessed their ancestor's ghost after hearing Bai Ning's words. "Lady Bai, I don't mean to doubt you, and I apologize in advance for saying this, but could you be mistaken?" Xian Kuan said in a nervous voice. "Mistaken? Me? Impossible. Although I have never tasted the Immortal Monarch's blood before, I have read enough about it to recognize it if I ever tasted it. This blood is, without a shadow of a doubt, the Immortal Monarch's blood, and I am willing to bet my life on it." Bai Ning spoke with confidence. "If you're that certain..." Xian Kuan stared at the vial of blood and swallowed nervously. He didn't wholly believe Bai Ning, but it wasn't as though he could make her use the scroll of validity, as that would basically tell her he didn't trust her. However, if there's even 1% that the blood genuinely belonged to the Immortal Monarch, he wanted it. "Lady Bai, this may be imprudent of me, and allow me to apologize in advance again, but no." Bai Ning responded before he could even finish his sentence. She turned to glare at him and continued, "You were going to ask me to give you some of this blood, right? I refuse. I don't care what you have to offer me. I won't give you even a single drop." Xian Kuan began sweating profusely at her words, but he still remained hopeful. I beg you, Lady Bai. You have about a dozen drops of blood inside that vial. Can't you just spare a single drop for this old man? It would mean the world to me." Bai Ning sneered and said, "I'll think about it if you can find me the individual who attacked Bai Shutao." Xian Kun's jaw dropped. After a moment of silence, he sighed out loud. "It'll be blunt, Lady Bai. It's almost impossible to find someone like that with so little information. The only thing we know about this individual is that he's a genius who can fight multiple realms above his own cultivation, and that he wields a golden spear that can penetrate spiritual energy. And there's a high probability that he's from the Dragon Clan." Bai Ning quickly added. Xian Kuan sighed again. "I will ask my informants in the third heaven to see if they have any information. It might take a couple of days for a response." "That's fine. I planned on staying here a little longer, anyway." Bai Ning nodded as she looked at the upper floors of the tower. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to Shi Meili's side. "How'd it go? Did she recognize you?" Shi Meili asked. He shook his head. "No, but I got the feeling that she finds me familiar." "What'd you talk about?" "It was over pretty fast, too. It wasn't much. She asked me how I knew about the Immortal Monarch being alive." "So, did you lie to her?" "No, I didn't lie. I didn't even tell her anything." He casually shrugged. "Huh?" Shi Meili raised an eyebrow. She stopped caring about that when I told her that I could set up a meeting with the Immortal Monarch for her. And you intend on keeping your word? Of course, but she'll need to do something for me first. I wasn't able to kill Bai Tao back then, so I'm giving her the chance to set up another meeting for me. Shi Mei's jaw dropped at his words. And then what? You'll reveal your true identity after killing Bai Tao in front of her? Pretty much. That's pretty cruel. I wonder how she'll react, she muttered. Yuan smiled and said, I get the feeling that she'd do anything for the Immortal Monarch. I don't doubt she'd even kill her own brother if the Immortal Monarch told her to. Then you might as well do just that. At least that'll save you some energy. No, I won't feel satisfied unless I squeeze Bai Zetao's life away with my own hands for attacking you and Feng. Are you sure you want to do that? He's a descendant of the heavenly white tiger god, one of the 9 divine supremes. I won't blame you for forgiving him. Shi Mei wondered if he'd feel bad about killing one of his followers' descendants. It's not like he's the heavenly white tiger god's son, or even grandson. If the heavenly white tiger god were here, he'd probably kill Bai Tao before I could even get to him. Yuan shook his head. You make a fair point. Shi Mei mumbled with a look of realization. Anyway, we'll deal with it when we get there. For now, let's check out the information that the woman gave me from meeting her. Yuan retrieved the jade slip and began reading its contents. Half of the information in the jade slip talked about the heavenly white tiger god's achievements during his time as one of the 9 divine supremes. The other half was mostly scattered information about the Immortal Monarch, such as potential hobby, his height, his woman type, and how delicious his blood tasted. There's not much in here that I don't already know, but there is some useful information about the heavenly white tiger god and their heavenly white tiger clan. Yuan muttered after reading all the information, feeling as if he had just perused the diary of a love-stricken teenager. The text was filled with effusive praises for the Immortal Monarch, offering more adulation than substantial information. Most of the information left in this room are rumors rather than actual facts, said Shi Mei. Yuan nodded and said, Then let's read through them quickly and leave. A few hours later, a familiar voice resounded inside Yuan's head. My liege, I have found this immortal you're looking for. Oh, where are they? They are actually very close to your current location, hiding on a remote island in the middle of the Purple Sea. Dong Yi said. Perfect. Yuan smiled at this information. Chapter 1564 Meeting the Escaped Immortal. Chapter 1564 Meeting the Escaped Immortal. 1564 Meeting the Escaped Immortal. After learning that the escaped immortal was close to his location, Yuan said to Shi Mei, Let's stop here. Something else came up. Worried that the immortal might leave before he could finish the scrolls in this place, Yuan decided to deal with the immortal first, then return to the Pavilion of Knowledge to finish the rest, if possible. Huh? What came up? Shi Mei lifted her head to look at him with a raised eyebrow. Since Dong Yi spoke to Yuan through divine sense, she had no idea about their conversation. Yuan gave her a quick brief of his situation. There is a place called the 9-Heaven Eternal Grotto that imprisons some of the most dangerous immortals in the world. A few of them escaped recently, and one of them managed to enter the 4th heaven. That immortal happens to be close by, so I'm going to kill them real quick. What? An immortal? Shi Mei was shocked speechless by such information. You make it sound like killing an immortal is a simple thing to do. They're so powerful that even a divine ancestor would not last a single strike from them. And they won't die even if you destroy their body. Shi Mei exclaimed, I doubt I will be able to kill an immortal in their perfect condition. This immortal is greatly weakened due to being in the 4th heaven, so I have a good chance of defeating them. Even if their cultivation is weakened, they can still use powerful techniques and immortal qi, which mortals cannot resist. Yuan confidently smiled and said, I know it's dangerous, but I have to do this. You should stay here. I don't want you to get caught up in our fight. No, let me fight with you. Shi Mei quickly shook her head. Yuan sighed. That's not possible, and you should know that. I won't have the leisure to protect you during our fight, either. Shi Mei clenched her jaws tightly in frustration, but she couldn't argue with Yuan. She knew that she would die long before she could even react if she fought with an immortal. After a moment of silence, she sighed out loud. In this entire universe, you're probably the only mortal who would dare to fight an immortal. But that's also what I like about you. Don't die on me, Yuan. I promise you that I'll return. Yuan nodded with a serious face. He left the room shortly after while she merely remained inside. Are you leaving already? Yuan encountered Qin Long on his way out. He'll be leaving for a little, but he'll be back. She merely will stay here. Yuan said, Is that so? By the way, that vial of blood you gave to Lady Bai, do you have more? Even a single drop is enough. If so, I'd like to purchase it from you. Qin Long decided to try his luck with Yuan since it might be impossible to get Bai Ning to part with her supply. Yuan shook his head and said, Sorry, but that's all I have. Is that so? Qin Long wore a dejected expression on his face, looking like he had been rejected by the love of his life. After leaving the Pavilion of Knowledge, Yuan asked Dong Yi for directions to the escaped immortal. If you fly southwest, you should arrive at a small island in 3 days. The escaped immortal is hiding there. Dong Yi said, All right. Without hesitation, Yuan started flying toward the southwest. 2.5 days later, he could see a small island on the horizon. This island had a small mountain on it, and it was surrounded by purple trees. Yuan didn't want to alert the immortal with his divine sense, so he restrained from using it on the island. However, Dong Yi was a different story, as his divine sense would be too powerful for the immortal to sense. Where is he? Yuan asked. Hidden in one of the mountain caves. They've hidden their presence and are trying to recover spiritual energy. If you want to fight them, now is the best time. Dong Yi said. Yuan nodded and took a moment to prepare himself. After taking a deep breath, he retrieved Starry Abyss before releasing his aura. He purposefully avoided using number 1 under heaven to see how much he could handle without her. Omicron, come out, he roared. The instant the immortal sensed Yuan's presence and powerful aura, they immediately thought about escaping. However, they stopped when they realized that Yuan was alone and was a mere spirit king. After a moment of pondering, the immortal emerged from their hiding spot to confront him. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the immortal's appearance, shrouded by a mysterious mist, looking like a cloud that could block divine sense. If divine sense doesn't work, let's try divine gaze. Yuan used divine gaze, and to his surprise, he could see through the mist, but the immortal's true appearance remained as a silhouette. The figure inside the mist narrowed their eyes after sensing Yuan's divine gaze. A mere spirit king using divine gaze only those in the divine realm can use? Who is this kid? The immortal wondered inwardly. Hey, why don't you show me your real appearance? Yuan suddenly spoke. And why would I do that? The immortal spoke in a hoarse voice. I'm just curious. I want to see my opponent before fighting them. You want to fight me? A mere mortal? Do you even know who I am? The immortal expected many things from Yuan, but a fight was not one of them. They were also confident that Yuan was not suppressing his cultivation and was a genuine spirit king. Yes, I do. You're an immortal who escaped the 9-heaven eternal grotto, right? And you still want to fight me despite knowing that. Why are you trying to kill yourself? The immortal couldn't believe what they were hearing. Who said anything about wanting to die? You may be an immortal, but your cultivation is currently restricted to the divine king realm. Yuan smiled. The immortal was speechless. They couldn't fathom how Yuan could talk so confidently before someone several realms above his own strength. To think I'd be looked down upon by a mere mortal, haha. The immortal suddenly laughed out loud. Very well, I shall teach you the difference between a mortal and an immortal today, at the cost of your insignificant life. The immortal roared, his aura skyrocketing the next second. Chapter 1565, Fighting the Escaped Immortal. Chapter 1565, Fighting the Escaped Immortal. 1565, Fighting the Escaped Immortal. When the immortal released their cultivation, Yuan barely felt its pressure. However, I didn't release all of it, and it only went up to spirit enlightenment. The Immortal never intended to fight Yuan with their full power, thinking it would be an overkill. Moreover, they were still hiding from the pursuers from the upper heavens. If they released their full cultivation, the pursuers would definitely find them in a heartbeat. There's no need to expose my location, just to kill a mere mortal. He'll end this before he can even realize what had killed him. The Immortal laughed inwardly before they flew at Yuan with immense speed. Seeing that the Immortal had no intention of fighting him with their full strength, Yuan smiled and said, "You'll also regret underestimating me." Although the Immortal was going easy on him, Yuan didn't have the leisure to go easy on the Immortal. The Immortal, still with the appearance of a floating cloud, flew at Yuan. Yuan immediately used Divine Gaze to see how the Immortal was going to attack him. Shah! As though the Immortal had turned into a porcupine, hundreds of needles made entirely of spiritual energy burst out of the cloud and flew toward Yuan. Yuan cloned the starry abyss 10,000 times and used them to deflect the needles while attacking simultaneously. Cheap tricks! The Immortal roared and released some more of their aura, which was strong enough to block the starry abyss and, like an invisible wall, halted all of the attacks. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly at the sight of this. Unlike number 1 under Heaven and Dragon Soul, the starry abyss is too weak to do anything. Even if I managed to hit him, it wouldn't do any damage. Due to its lack of power, Yuan retrieved the starry abyss. I definitely need to take some time strengthening the starry abyss after this, he thought to himself as he wielded Dragon Soul next. 2 soul weapons. The Immortal narrowed their eyes at Dragon Soul, surprised that a mortal could wield 2 soul weapons. They could also feel an unfathomable aura emitted by Dragon Soul. Yuan used his movement technique to instantly close their distance, approaching the Immortal without hesitation. Once he was close enough, he began thrusting Dragon's soul at the Immortal. The Immortal was greatly shocked when the Dragon's soul touched their mist and destroyed it with ease. Fuck! What the hell is that soul weapon? The Immortal was left terrified after seeing their unique mist being destroyed when it was indestructible to weapons. To think he'd have a weapon that could cut through my mist. What fucking bad luck. The Immortal cursed inwardly after realizing they'd met their worst enemy. Looks like this weapon is effective on you. Yuan smiled after seeing how far the Immortal had backed up. So what? In the end, it's still useless if you can't hit my actual body. The Immortal sneered. We'll see about that. Yuan went on the offensive while the Immortal focused on avoiding his dragon's soul, occasionally throwing powerful spiritual attacks at Yuan. After just several exchanges, it was clear to Yuan that this Immortal was a cultivator who focused on spiritual techniques instead of using weapons like the majority of cultivators out there. What the hell is up with this mortal human? He's just a mere spirit king, yet he fights like he has countless years of combat experience. The Immortal was bewildered by how skillful Yuan was in combat. None of his movements were wasted, and his decisions seemed instant, even reading several seconds ahead. The Immortal had fought tens of thousands of immortals even before they were sent to the 9 Heavens' eternal grotto, but they'd never fought someone half as experienced and skillful as Yuan. My cultivation may be superior, but this bastard's combat skills are unfathomably high. It's like I'm fighting someone in the God Ascension realm. The Immortal began doubting whether Yuan was actually a spirit king or actually a God Ascension realm cultivator in disguise. Yuan's combat experience through the God of War helped him narrow the gap between him and the Immortal, but it was far from enough. Enough! The Immortal suddenly roared, and their cultivation entered the divine realm, becoming a divine warrior. The Immortal's speed and overall prowess increased significantly after the boost. Yet, it still wasn't enough to overwhelm Yuan. Is this guy really human? How is he fighting me while only having the cultivation of a spirit king? He should have died long ago. The Immortal was baffled by Yuan's nonsensical existence. There were plenty of unique and heaven-defying immortals inside the 9 Heavens' eternal grotto, but none of them were as ridiculous as Yuan, who could fight several realms above his own with ease. Usually, one would be considered talented if they could fight someone 1 or 2 levels higher, a genius if they could battle someone at least 3 levels above, and only a true prodigy would be able to challenge an opponent an entire realm higher. Yuan was currently fighting someone 4 realms above his own. Not only that, but he was also fighting someone 1 major realm above. The difference in prowess between Spirit King and Spirit Enlightenment was insignificant compared to Spirit Enlightenment, a divine warrior. If the former was akin to heaven and earth, the latter was akin to earth and 9 heavens. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Yuan or the Immortal, a figure was watching their fight from afar. So that's the newcomer. Huh? Magnificent. He truly deserves to be a general with his capabilities, much less a member of the celestial overlords. Kellen smiled as he continued spectating their fight. However, to defeat that Immortal will require much more than that. Junior, a few moments later, the Immortal increased their cultivation by another level, entering Divine Master. The difference between Divine Warrior and Divine Master is greater than Spirit King and Divine Warrior. How will you deal with this now? Kellen mumbled as he prepared to save Yuan at any moment. Chapter 1566, Fighting the Escaped Immortal 2. Chapter 1566, Fighting the Escaped Immortal 2. 1566, Fighting the Escaped Immortal 2. Divine Master, huh? Finally, some challenge. Yuan smiled upon seeing the Immortal's increased cultivation. That arrogance won't last long. The Immortal roared before they rushed at Yuan. Just the pressure from the Immortal's aura alone would kill an ordinary Spirit King. However, Yuan had the golden Immortal physique, as well as a sore body, so he barely felt it. Shrouded illusion. The mist around the Immortal suddenly began spreading, quickly covering 100 miles around them. While inside the mist, Yuan's divine sense and eyes were rendered useless. The only thing he could rely on was his divine gaze and instincts. Suddenly, as though a massive horde of monsters appeared, Yuan could hear loud noises approaching him from a distance. Soon, thousands of silhouettes appeared, crashing toward him like a wave. Each individual silhouette had a distinct aura and presence, making them feel incredibly real, almost indistinguishable from reality. Without hesitation, Yuan fiercely swung Dragon's Soul, instantly destroying the horde of silhouettes and scattering the mist like smoke. However, the mist quickly restored itself, and another illusion appeared shortly after. Moreover, the mist started transforming into a background until the mists were no longer visible, and Yuan quickly found himself in the middle of a bustling city. Chicken skewers here. Come get your chicken skewers. Free newspapers. Free newspapers. Mom, I am tired. Let's go home already. The pedestrians spoke and acted like real humans. The smell of chicken skewers reached Yuan's nose, and he could even feel the heat coming from the blazing sun in the sky. It was almost as if he had been teleported to an actual city. However, Yuan's expression remained nonchalant. This is quite a powerful illusion. I wouldn't blame anyone for falling to it, he thought. If one had weak mental strength, one would quickly lose oneself in the illusion and fail to distinguish fake from reality. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A second later, when he opened them again, he could no longer see the people or the city, and the mist was visible once again. Moreover, several spiritual attacks were launched in his direction. Despite seeing the attacks and having plenty of time to avoid them, Yuan stood still and allowed the attacks to strike his body. The impact from the attacks was strong enough to blow the mist field away. Yet, Yuan remained still, and his body was only slightly injured. By the time the Immortal even realized Yuan had survived the attack, his injuries had already healed completely. Heavens! He took several Divine Master's attacks with his bare body and took virtually no damage. What is his body made of? Kellen's eyes widened with shock after witnessing this. Despite being a body refiner himself, Kellen could not imagine the extent to which Yuan had tempered his physique to be able to achieve such a ridiculous feat. Although the Immortal's face wasn't visible, Yuan could tell they were greatly shocked by his durability. Not only did Yuan casually shrug off their powerful illusion, but he even ate several of their spiritual attacks with his bare body and came out unscathed. The Immortal were beginning to wonder whether they could defeat Yuan without using their full strength. However, even if they managed to kill Yuan, they would have to deal with their pursuers afterward. Damn it all. Why did I have to encounter such a fucking monster in the fourth heaven? My luck is rotten to the core. The Immortal cried inwardly. They'd managed to escape from a 9 heavens eternal grotto to the fourth heaven without feeling half as cornered as they were currently, and it was all due to a single mortal. Fuck it. Let's just quickly kill him and hope my pursuers aren't so close that I won't be able to escape. The Immortal increased their cultivation once again, reaching all the way to the peak of Divine Grandmaster. The aura being emitted by the Immortal now was at least 4 times stronger than before. Sensing the tyrannical aura coming from the Immortal, Yuan knew that even his godly body would not be able to endure a single hit from the Immortal. The difference between Spirit Master and Spirit Grandmaster was simply too massive for him to ignore. I guess it's finally time to fight seriously. For the first time during their fight, Yuan equipped his equipment, from the Stygian vest to the Stygian boots. Indeed, Yuan had been empty-handed this entire time while fighting the Immortal. The moment Yuan equipped his equipment, his aura changed drastically. The Immortal frowned at this and, without hesitation, increased their cultivation once again, becoming a Divine Lord. The Stygian vest could deflect all attacks below Divine Lord, but that ability was rendered useless the moment the Immortal became a Divine Lord. However, Yuan was using it for its life-saving skill, so it was still useful. Yuan and the Immortal began their clash shortly after. The two of them moved at the speed of light, and every exchange would fill the surface of the purple sea with large craters. The immense spiritual energy emitted by their fight rippled far and wide, reaching even the Pavilion of Knowledge. After sensing the powerful ripples, Bai Ning and the others within the Pavilion of Knowledge stopped whatever they were doing and became alert. What powerful spiritual energy! 2 Divine Realm experts must be fighting each other nearby. I need to check this out. Bai Ning looked at Xian Wei and said, "He'll be back." Since she had nothing to do while waiting for Xian Kuan, Bai Ning decided to entertain herself with this event. "Allow me to come with you just in case." Xian Wei hastily said, "Just in case what?" "You're not even qualified to protect me when you're so weak." Bai Ning sneered at his attempt to be a knight, as his cultivation was nowhere near hers. If anything, she would be the one protecting him. Xian Wei's face flushed with embarrassment after being reminded he was weaker than her. He lowered his head in silence, and Bai Ning left the place and made her way toward Yuan. Chapter 1567, Fighting the Escaped Immortal 3. Chapter 1567, Fighting the Escaped Immortal 3. 1567, Fighting the Escaped Immortal 3. Yuan. She merely looked toward the direction of his battle, with tightly clenched fists and a nervous face. She wanted to follow him so badly, but she knew she would only get in his way and convinced herself to stay in the room. Meanwhile, Yuan and the Immortal continued to attack each other as though their lives depended on it. White Lance. The Immortal created over 10,000 spears out of spiritual energy in the sky before launching all of them at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan stopped moving and focused on blocking the attack. Using Dragon's Soul, he destroyed as many of them as he could and purposefully allowed some of them to hit his body. Even with his godly body and Stygian vest, the spears were powerful enough to penetrate holes into his body easily. Still, due to his regeneration ability, these holes would instantly recover, and in seconds, it was as though they never existed. The Stygian vest, as a treasure, also had a similar function. Unless struck by an attack strong enough to obliterate it completely in one hit, it would always recover. The Immortals slowly increased their cultivation from the first level of Divine Lord to the peak of Divine Lord. After an entire day of trying to kill Yuan with no results, the Immortal finally had enough and roared. "Ah, I've had enough of you. I don't know what trick you're using, but I will not let this go on any longer." He released all of his cultivation, causing it to shoot to the peak of Divine King instantly. The Immortal's aura was so tyrannical that Yuan felt like someone was strangling him by the neck. The difference between Spirit King and Divine King was simply too vast, even for someone like Yuan. Without hesitation, Yuan tossed most of his cards onto the field. After releasing a deafening roar, Yuan transformed into his dragon form. However, he didn't feel that was enough and equipped the Celestial Visage. A celestial-grade treasure. How in heaven's name did he acquire such a treasure in the fourth heaven? Kellen's entire being trembled after seeing Yuan pull out a treasure far beyond their current realm. However, what shocked him the most was Yuan's transformation. Is he actually half human and half beast? He wondered out loud. Just what the fuck are you? How many more bullshit are you going to pull out of your ass? The Immortal exclaimed after seeing Yuan's transformation. The Immortal was certain that Yuan was only at the Spirit King level, as he would have advanced his cultivation base long ago if he were higher. However, the fact that he hadn't meant that this was his true cultivation. Yet this raised more questions. How could a Spirit King be on par with a Divine King? The difference between their cultivation was so vast that no treasure or technique could bridge the gap. At least, that's how it should have been. "I'm not done yet," Yuan suddenly said. A massive avatar appeared, its frame big enough to completely obstruct the Immortal's view of the Purple Sea. "That's ridiculous," the Immortal cried out loud. "That's the god of war's astral art. Did Celestial Overlord Su teach him that technique?" Kellen cried out loud. Compared to his previous shocks, this revelation was the most profound, shaking him to his core. However, Yuan still had more cards to play. After putting away Dragon's Soul, he retrieved number 1 under heaven, instantly filling the atmosphere with an otherworldly aura. A third soul weapon. The Immortal was on the verge of tears. They could have never even dreamed of encountering such a monster in the fourth heaven. Hell, not even the Supreme Heaven had a monster like Yuan. "Let's play to our heart's content." Yuan spoke with a wide grin on his face as he struck first. The first strike descended upon the unprepared Immortal like a falling mountain. However, as powerful as Yuan's attack appeared, he was still fighting a Divine King, and the Immortal was able to block it without too much difficulty. The second strike immediately followed. "Don't you dare look down on me, mortal. No matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, it won't help you defeat me." The Immortal roared as they blocked the second strike, then the third and fourth shortly after. The fifth and sixth strike was also blocked, but the Immortal struggled to do so. The seventh strike was so powerful that the Immortal barely managed to block it. Once the eighth strike descended, the Immortal didn't dare to block it and opted to avoid it. The eighth strike struck the Purple Sea, splitting it in half. "What's wrong? Why are you running from Immortal?" Yuan provoked the Immortal as he launched the ninth sword strike. The pressure from the ninth sword strike was nothing to scoff at. Even Kellen, who was watching from afar, felt threatened by it. Although enraged, the Immortal didn't succumb to Yuan's provocation. Instead, they employed a movement technique so swift that it appeared as if they had teleported. The ninth sword strike cleaved the Purple Sea with such force that it not only split the water in half, but also gouged a profound fissure into the seabed. Two powerful tsunamis were also created from the split water, reaching the clouds. "Let's see if you can avoid this." Thousands of swords appeared in the sky before flying toward the Immortal, who frantically tried to avoid them. However, the swords chased after them like homing missiles. Each sword is overflowing with enhanced sword aura. What a terrifying ability. Kellen felt a strong urge to fight Yuan after witnessing how fierce their battle was. "I have severely underestimated our newcomer. At this rate, he might actually be able to defeat this Immortal." Kellen almost couldn't believe his own words. The thought of a mortal killing an immortal was so outrageous that even insane people wouldn't believe it. Yet, it was slowly happening before Kellen's eyes. Chapter 1568 The Escaped Immortal's True Appearance. Chapter 1568 The Escaped Immortal's True Appearance. 1568 The Escaped Immortal's True Appearance. However, as much as Kellen wanted Yuan to defeat the Immortal, he still expected Yuan to lose the fight. Although you've been doing good so far, the Immortal still has one more trick up their sleeve. This trick is what differentiates and truly separates mortals and immortals. Kellen muttered after seeing how much Yuan was dominating the Immortal. This is outrageous. Why does such a mortal exist in a place like the Fourth Heaven? If only I weren't injured by the pursuers, I could have killed him in seconds instead of being ridiculed like this. The Immortal cursed inwardly. They had been chased non-stop since escaping the Nine Heavens' eternal grotto and were injured in the process. If it weren't for their injury, Yuan wouldn't have been able to push the Immortal so far. This mortal should not exist. His existence is extremely dangerous. Even if I have to sacrifice my life in the process, I will get rid of him. Several hours later, the Immortal's aura suddenly changed, causing their surroundings to freeze. From spiritual energy to the purple sea, everything was still, as though time itself had frozen. This pressure, Yuan halted his movements after sensing this familiar aura. He excitedly smiled and said, "It's about time you use Immortal Qi. I was wondering when you'd use it. I hate to admit this, but to force an immortal like me to use Immortal Qi on you, a mortal, is an unprecedented feat that I must respect." As the Immortal spoke, the mist around them began dissipating, revealing their true appearance for the first time. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw the Immortal, who was much smaller than had anticipated. "A child?" Yuan muttered in a daze as his gaze stared at the little boy floating before him. The Immortal's true form was revealed to be that of a small boy, seemingly no older than 10 years. Of course, the Immortal wasn't a real child, but merely bore the appearance of one. Adding to the strangeness, a short white tail protruded from his back. "As a show of respect, I shall fight you in my true form," said the Immortal. You're not human?" Yuan asked him with a strange frown. "Do I look human to you? I am of the proud Misty Fox race." The Immortal responded in a boastful tone. "Ah!" Yuan sighed with a genuinely disappointed look on his face. Had gone out his way to fight this Immortal because he thought they were human. However, now that the Immortal is revealed to be a beast, it would no longer count toward his unique quest, even if he were to defeat the Immortal. The Immortal misunderstood Yuan's reason for disappointment and roared, "Are you looking down on me because of my appearance? This is why I refuse to show myself." Despite saying such words, the Immortal had to reveal himself mainly due to his injury. Concealing himself required a significant amount of energy, and he wouldn't be able to maintain it for much longer if he also had to use Immortal Qi on top of that in such a state. In the end, the Immortal decided to throw away his defenses to focus solely on his attack power. Yuan shook his head and said, "No, I'm not looking down on you. I thought you were human, hence why I even bothered to fight you. Now that I know you're a beast, I don't really have a reason to continue fighting you. What kind of bullshit is that? You disturbed my recovery and forced me to reveal myself. We're going to fight to death even if you don't want to." The Immortal shouted. "I never planned on backing out of our fight anyway." Yuan smiled. "There won't be any fight. I'm going to massacre you now." The Immortal roared before activating a technique using Immortal Qi instead of normal Qi. Immortal White Lance. The same technique from before was now multiple times stronger, and since they were created from Immortal Qi, Yuan would not be able to destroy them even using Dragon Soul. Furthermore, the Immortal Qi being exuded by the Immortal made it much more difficult for Yuan to move, and his entire body was screaming from pain. In fact, his muscles were being torn apart every passing second. He was essentially a sitting duck at this moment in time. Seeing this, Kellen prepared to save Yuan. However, despite his seeming perilous situation, Yuan did not panic. "Die, you monster!" The Immortal gestured, causing hundreds of immortal white lances to rain upon Yuan. Yet, Yuan refused to move, much less dodge the incoming attack. Has he given up on living? Fool! Not daring to wait until it was too late, Kellen made his move, disappearing from his spot. A split second later, Kellen appeared in front of Yuan, who was slightly surprised by this sudden intruder. However, before Yuan could speak or take any action, Kellen released an overwhelming aura that far surpassed the Immortal and destroyed all of the Immortal's attacks with a mere flick of his arm, treating them like they were mere candle flickers. The Immortal's entire body trembled in fear when he sensed Kellen's profound presence. Unlike the Immortal, who had traversed the fourth heaven illegally, Kellen received approval, so his cultivation wasn't as suppressed as the Immortal. However, the Immortal was sure he would not be this newcomer's opponent, even if they had similar cultivation. Ignoring the Immortal, Kellen turned to look at Yuan with a proud demeanor around him. "Why did you give up at such a crucial moment, Junior? Even if you are certain of your death, as a man, you should fight until your last breath. Who knows? Maybe a miracle could have happened." Kellen expected Yuan to thank him for saving his life. Yet, Yuan had a frown on his face. He removed the celestial visage so Kellen could see his frown and said coldly, "Who said I gave up? And who the hell are you? Who permitted you to interrupt our fight?" Kellen muttered in a surprised tone, his expression puzzled. Chapter 1569 Distraction. Chapter 1569 Distraction. 1569 Distraction. Kellen was rendered speechless by Yuan's response, and, after a moment of silence, he spoke. "Junior, it's good to be confident in yourself, but you were clearly on the brink of death. If I hadn't saved you just now, you'd have become a human skewer. Also, if you hadn't given up, why were you frozen just now? Any onlooker would have assumed you were giving up in that situation," Kellen said. Yuan shook his head and sighed. "While I appreciate your thoughtfulness, it was unnecessary and undermined my existence. Leave. I don't need your assistance." "You." Kellen's expression quickly turned angry. He couldn't believe he was being lectured by the very person he had just saved. "Is that so? Then you could go ahead and die here, you stubborn and arrogant little bastard." Kellen left the scene the very next moment. However, Kellen didn't wholly leave and only pretended to do so. Even if Yuan refused his goodwill and shooed him away, he still had a duty to protect Yuan, and it was not only his promise to Elder Bai that compelled him to do so. Yuan's talent was simply shocking and unlike anything he'd seen before, and that fact alone was worth his protection. Regardless of his character, he's a profound existence that will significantly benefit our celestial overlord in the future. However, he'll need to survive until then, and with his suicidal nature, it's not going to be easy keeping him alive. Kellen sighed inwardly, feeling like an older brother trying to keep his younger siblings out of trouble, even though he was hated by them. Meanwhile, the Immortal was left speechless by what had just transpired. Who the hell was that bastard just now? I don't recognize him, and since he left without doing anything to me, it's safe to assume that he's not with the pursuers. The Immortal swallowed nervously. If Kellen had been with his pursuers, he would have never made it to the fourth heaven alive. That was just how vast the difference in their strength was. Immortals are prideful creatures, so for one to acknowledge their inferiority held great significance. "I apologize for that," Yuan suddenly said. "What?" The Immortal stared at him with wide eyes. "That man's interruption. Although it was never my intention, he disturbed our battle. Go ahead and use that technique again. I can even wait for you to recover some of your energy." Yuan explained. Not just the Immortal, but even Kellen was utterly speechless. After a moment of silence, the Immortal began trembling, his face flushed red, turning into a tomato. "Stop mocking me, you bastard. Do I really appear that pathetic to you?" With an enraged bellow, his aura skyrocketed. Meanwhile, several individuals far away from the Purple Sea sensed the distinct aura of the Immortal's Qi. It's the escapee. Why are they releasing so much Immortal Qi? Are they engaged in battle with another Immortal? It must be the others. But why didn't they notify me? They know that Immortal isn't someone they can handle alone. The Immortals chasing after the escaped Immortal were puzzled when they were not notified, and when they contacted the others, they were shocked to learn that none of them were actually fighting the escaped Immortal. What? None of you are fighting the escapee. Then what's with this immense Immortal Qi? They wouldn't release so much Immortal Qi for no reason. Maybe the escapee is trying to lure us into a trap. Do you seriously believe that? Whatever the escapee is attempting, we need to capture or kill them. Let's hurry up before they escape our grasp again. These Immortals immediately started soaring toward the Purple Sea. At the same time, Bai Ning was just minutes away from reaching her destination. Unlike Kellen, Yuan could sense her approaching presence from miles away. Not wanting to expose his identity so quickly, he wore the celestial visage again, hiding his face. Just as Bai Ning arrived, the Immortal activated his technique again. Immortal White Lance. Thousands of white lances filled the sky, each exuding profound Immortal Qi. Bai Ning was shocked by the scene, but when she noticed the masked man in the middle of the battlefield, her eyes fixed on him, and she was unable to look away. "It's him," she exclaimed in a bewildered voice. Although he was wearing a different mask, she recognized him as the individual who bullied Bai Shutao and used that weird technique on her. Bai Ning wanted to approach Yuan, but he was in a position where she could not enter, as she risked getting blown away with him by the Immortal. "Die for me, you human mortal." The Immortal released his technique. Kellen gritted his teeth as he watched Yuan being bombarded with Immortal Qi. He wanted to believe in Yuan, but his instincts acted before he could even think. However, he was immediately halted by an unfathomable presence that surpassed even Senior Bai. "Who's there?" Kellen frantically looked around, but couldn't sense anyone. "To avoid my detection, they must be a God Ascension realm expert. What the hell is going on right now?" He cried inwardly. "Oh no, Junior." The distraction rendered Kellen unable to save Yuan, his mind already racing to formulate excuses for when he would have to report Yuan's death to Senior Bai. Yet, Kellen's face filled with disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding events. What he saw defied all expectations and left him momentarily paralyzed in astonishment. The Immortal's attacks landed with unerring precision, each strike tearing holes through Yuan's body. Yet, to the Immortal's astonishment, the grievous injuries Yuan sustained healed instantly, akin to a demon's heaven-defying regenerative abilities. It was as if the very laws of nature bent to keep Yuan whole. Progress, 15%. Progress, 17%. Progress, 20%. The merging of his physiques, which had been progressing at a snail's pace, began to advance rapidly under the immense stress Yuan's body was enduring. "Just what the fuck are you?" The Immortal shrieked out loud. His face twisted in anger, but his eyes showed a hint of fear. Chapter 1570 Progress. Chapter 1570 Progress. Why won't you just die? Die already, you fucking monster. The Immortal relentlessly assaulted Yuan with Immortal Qi, but regardless of the countless wounds inflicted, Yuan would miraculously heal all injuries within half a second. Progress, 22%. Progress, 25%. Progress, 30%. Not only was Yuan's physique rapidly merging, but his comprehension of Immortal Qi was also deepening merely by being immersed in it. Yuan even closed his eyes and started cultivating. This bewildered everyone watching. What the hell is he? This is beyond the realm of talents and what humans can achieve. Kellen swallowed nervously at the ridiculous scene before him, and his regenerating ability rivals that of a demon. Don't tell me he has demonic blood flowing through his veins. The possibility that Yuan might be a demon filled Kellen with wariness and profound anxiety, knowing the immense implications it would have. Meanwhile, Bai Ning had her jaw tightly clenched, her expression more irritated than shocked. He can fight someone over 8 realms above his own strength. Bai Ning was irritated that Yuan, the very person who had humiliated the Heavenly White Tiger clan by defeating Bai Shutao, possessed far more talent than she did. Despite being a prodigy capable of battling opponents nearly 2 entire realms above her own cultivation and being hailed as one of the top prodigies of their era, she was akin to an ordinary individual before Yuan's talents. However, even with their differences, Bai Ning wanted to fight Yuan, and that feeling was boosted by her competitive nature. Progress, 85%. Progress, 88%. Progress, 93%. As the Immortal increased the intensity of his attacks, Yuan's merging progress advanced even faster. You will fall here, even if it's the last thing I do. The Immortal bellowed as he exerted his maximum strength. The pressure from his aura was so intense that it seemingly filled the entire Purple Sea, causing the surrounding islands to tremble violently. The Immortal was exerting so much strength that he somehow broke through some of heaven's restrictions on his cultivation, causing his cultivation to enter Divine Emperor. The Immortal's aura pierced the heavens. Immortal mist gathering. The Immortal roared, creating a massive lance in the sky that rivaled the size of Yuan's god of war's astral arts. Let's see if you can regenerate from a completely obliterated body. The Immortal laughed maniacally before launching the massive lance at Yuan. Do you need my help? Zixian's voice suddenly resounded. No, we'll be fine. Is that so? Then I'll go back to sleep. Zixian calmly said. The massive lance arrived in front of Yuan the following moment. Huh. Yuan released a powerful roar as he brought forth every ounce of power within his body. For the first time in a long time, Yuan was going beyond his limit. A faint but noticeable amount of immortal qi exuded from Yuan's body. Immortal qi? Impossible. Kellen cried out loud. No, it's weak and incomplete, but it's undeniably immortal qi. That arrogant bastard is already able to comprehend immortal qi. He's not even in the divine realm, much less the immortal realm. Most people start comprehending immortal qi at immortal ascension realm, and only when they fully comprehend immortal qi would one be able to enter the immortal realm as a bronze immortal. However, Yuan, who is still immortal with a spirit king cultivation, was already showing signs of comprehending immortal qi. If the world knew such a genius existed, many powerhouses would try to recruit him or outright erase him if he rejected them. In the next moment, the lance struck Yuan's body. Yet, instead of piercing through him as usual, it froze in place as if suspended in time, barely penetrating the surface like a needle hanging by a thread. What? The Immortal was shocked by what he was witnessing. Despite Yuan's immortal qi being incomplete, it was still powerful enough to barely hold back the Immortal's qi. Progress. 97%. Progress. 98%. Progress. 99%. Die already. The Immortal bellowed as he detonated the lance, causing a massive explosion that shook the fourth heaven. Profound immortal qi erupted like a shockwave, generating tsunamis that surged in every direction. Junior! Kellen's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! I was too absorbed in their fight and failed to protect the newcomer. The Celestial Overlord and Senior will skin me alive once they find out. Kellen cried inwardly, feeling a strong urge to bury himself in a hole and never emerge. Fuck! Don't tell me he died just like that. I never even got the chance to have a rematch with him. Bai Ning gritted her teeth in frustration. Ha ha! I did it. I finally killed that fucking cockroach. The Immortal laughed out loud. At the same time, several more individuals appeared at the scene. They were the Immortal's pursuers, and they arrived shocked, as they'd witnessed the moments before Yuan was caught up in the explosion. Meanwhile, after enduring the Immortal's explosion head-on, Yuan's body was obliterated, leaving behind only a few scattered cells. Yet, he did not receive the death notification. Progress. 100%. Yuan's obliterated body immediately began to repair itself. As his form regenerated fully, his dantian also underwent a profound transformation. The invisible wall that had been blocking his cultivation advancement past Spirit King was finally lifted, and Yuan could feel his cultivation inching toward the next realm. "I am possible," the Immortal muttered in a dazed voice, his expression filled with despair. "And not human. He cannot be human with that kind of regenerating ability. Don't tell me he's a demon." The pursuers quickly came to this conclusion. "Oh, be damned." Kellen's entire body trembled in excitement. Bai Ning remained silent, but her bewildered expression spoke clearer than any words could. Chapter 1571 Heaven, Refining Immortal Physique. Chapter 1571 Heaven, Refining Immortal Physique. Yuan inspected his body after acquiring the Heaven Refining Immortal Physique. His body was incomparably stronger than before, whether in strength or durability. If his body couldn't handle the Immortal's attacks previously, his current body would have no problem shrugging them off. The difference was akin to comparing dried mud to steel. There were also several other changes that occurred within his body, but he had no idea what they could be for the time being. "Don't move, you demon." A loud voice with a hint of terror suddenly resounded, snapping Yuan out of his daze. He shifted his head to look at the person who had just spoken, one of the pursuers. "What did you just call me?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "There's no use hiding it. That ridiculous regenerating ability is unique to demons." Yuan was speechless, but he didn't blame this individual for mistaking him for a demon. After all, he would have probably done the same if he were in that man's shoes, as his regenerating ability was acquired through demon cores, so the pursuers weren't wrong. "I understand your confusion, but rest assured, I am not a demon," Yuan calmly said. "Shut up. Do you think I'm stupid or something?" The pursuers outright ignored the Immortal, whom they had been chasing for months, to focus on Yuan, who was a much bigger threat to the 9 heavens than the escapee. "I don't think you're stupid for now. If I were a demon, I would have horns and a crystal, wouldn't I?" Yuan exposed his torso, so show that he had no demon crystal on his body. "You're definitely taking me for a fool. High-ranking demons don't have horns and crystals. They look no different than humans. So you're suggesting that I am a demon emperor who looks no different than humans? How could a demon emperor be a mere spirit king? And why would I bother to risk exposing myself to fight that Immortal?" Yuan asked. The pursuer couldn't find a logical explanation immediately and momentarily became speechless. "You're obviously hiding your cultivation. There's no way a spirit king could emit immortal chi. I don't know why you're fighting with the escapee, but that doesn't prove you're not a demon." One of the pursuers exclaimed. "That's right. You're a demon hiding in human skin." Another joined. Seeing how the group of immortals prepare to kill him, Yuan sighed. "You guys must be quite weak if it requires 4 of you to chase after a single escapee. Come, they'll play with you." The group of immortals immediately exploded with anger after being provoked by Yuan. "If we can't capture him, kill him." "Kill me? Even though I'm a demon? You should probably get the Demon Sealing Clan instead." Yuan laughed out loud. The immortals' faces flushed red before surrounding him in a formation. Golden Lotus Prison. The 4 of them worked together to quickly create a powerful formation around Yuan. Although they were only Tier 5 array masters, they were able to create a Tier 6 formation in the blink of an eye together. Yuan suddenly found himself entrapped inside a golden lotus that slowly drained his spiritual energy. When Kellen saw this, he thought about intervening, but he wanted to see how Yuan would deal with this situation first. As long as Yuan's life wasn't in danger, he decided to remain as a spectator. However, with Yuan's regenerating ability rivaling demons, Kellen was no longer worried that he might die. The Immortals, aware that their chances of killing Yuan were slim despite the disparity in their cultivation, resorted to using a formation specifically designed to capture entities as resilient as Yuan. Do you want me to destroy the formation for you? Yu Ning, who had been silently watching this entire time, suddenly spoke. No, it's fine. I want to test out my new physique. Okay. Yuan suddenly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The very next moment, the prison around Yuan suddenly began breaking down, almost as if it were slowly being devoured by an invisible force. What the fuck? The formation's losing energy. That's impossible. That demon bastard is absorbing the formation's immortal chi. What? How is he doing that? Techniques are sealed within the Golden Lotus Formation. It must be one of his demon abilities. Hey, escapee, help us kill this demon, and we'll give you freedom. One of the immortals turned to look at the escapee. Are you serious? Even if I want to kill him, you saw for yourself that I am unable to do so. The Misty Fox said, that's only if you're fighting alone. If the 5 of us work together, there's still a chance. The Misty Fox couldn't reject the possibility of freedom and agreed to help the immortals. The more the merrier. Yuan smiled. After consuming immortal chi directly, Yuan's understanding of immortal chi skyrocketed, causing the immortal chi he exuded to become more apparent and profound. This is the perfect opportunity for me to understand immortal chi. Yuan found a reason to fight these immortals. The 5 immortals, each restricted to the Divine King, began bombarding Yuan with techniques infused with immortal chi. To Yuan, enduring these hits with his bare body felt like being struck with a sledgehammer. However, unlike before, it wasn't enough to destroy his body and merely bruise it. Moreover, whenever their attacks struck Yuan, his heaven-refining immortal physique would automatically absorb some of the immortal chi, weakening the force of their blows and strengthening his body even further. Suddenly, Yuan's aura surged, and his Tian expanded. Amid the battle, Yuan had a breakthrough and finally escaped Spirit King, becoming a Spirit Emperor. Chapter 1572, Spirit Emperor. Chapter 1572, Spirit Emperor. The moment Yuan's cultivation entered Spirit Emperor, his aura surged so much that the immortals thought had skipped several levels in his breakthrough. This bastard had a breakthrough in the middle of a battle. What a fucking monster. Wait, does that mean he was actually only a Spirit King? The realization that Yuan, merely a Spirit King, possessed the prowess to fight them struck quickly. Their faces filled with terror as the full implications of his power dawned on them. We cannot let him live, or he'll become an immense threat to humanity later. Kill him. Use everything you've got. The immortals frantically attacked Yuan, viewing him as a looming calamity destined to destroy humanity in the future. Meanwhile, seeing Yuan break through snapped Bai Ning out of her daze, and she suddenly approached the battlefield. Stop, she shouted, her voice filled with commanding authority. Who the hell are you? Are you this demon's accomplice? The immortals immediately became even more nervous. If Bai Ning turned out to be another demon, they'd have no chance of killing them. However, Bai Ning retrieved a white and black medallion before throwing it at one of the immortals. That is my identity. This is the Heavenly White Tiger Clan's medallion. In this name, you must be the Heavenly White Tiger Goddess. Are you here to help us subjugate this demon? Thank the heavens. However, Bai Ning shook her head and said, No, but I want to fight him, so get out of my way. What? I understand that you want to fight him, but why must you do it alone? He's a dangerous entity, a demon that terrorized our world and all living beings within. Do I really have to explain myself to you? Bai Ning narrowed her eyes at them. The immortals exchanged nervous glances with each other. Bai Ning's status was simply too exalted for them to ignore, but it was not as though they could let her fight the demon alone. If she died, they would be held responsible, hence their perplexed situation. Seemingly aware of their predicament, Bai Ning said, Don't worry, even if I die, you won't be responsible. Bai Ning no longer paid attention to the immortals and approached Yuan, who hovered there calmly. Without an ounce of fear in her eyes, Bai Ning spoke. Yo, do you remember me? Yuan nodded. You're the one who interrupted my fight with Bai Tao. You call that a fight? You were straight bullying my brother. Do you know why I did what I did? Yuan then asked. No, and I don't care. The only thing that matters to me is you attack someone from my family. So you won't care even if he slaughters an entire city of innocent people? Yuan asked, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. After a moment of silence, Bai Ning responded, he will atone for whatever crime had committed, just like how you'll be punished for attacking a member of the Heavenly White Tiger clan. Is that so? What if the Immortal Monarch were in my shoes? What would you do then? Bai Ning was taken aback by his sudden mention of the Immortal Monarch. How dare you utter his sacred name with your dirty mouth? The Immortal Monarch would never be in your shoes in the first place. Really? The world's a big and mysterious place. What if I turn out to be the real Immortal Monarch? Yuan teased. Blasphemy! Bai Ning bellowed before suddenly transforming, her aura skyrocketing. I couldn't kill you in the third heaven because of my restricted cultivation, but it's a different story up here. Let's see if you can repeat what you did last time. Bai Ning's aura surged all the way to the peak of Divine King, surpassing the other immortals' aura. This lad is not bad. Kellen nodded in approval after sensing Bai Ning's powerful aura. No matter how high your cultivation is, you'll never be able to defeat me. Yuan casually shook his head. Shut up and fight me, Bai Ning shouted as she started her assault. Yuan didn't move to purposefully test the strength of her first strike. Sha! Bai Ning used her bare hands, her claws, to strike. Imbued with powerful immortal qi, her claws were strong enough to cut through Yuan's body. However, the damage was only superficial, and it didn't take more than a second for it to recover fully. Not bad, I suppose. Yuan calmly commented. Shut up and fight me seriously, Bai Ning shouted. Are you actually using Bai Tao as an excuse to fight me? All you need to do is ask nicely, you know? Bai Ning responded with another powerful strike, its pressure powerful enough to cleave the purple sea. 5 red lines resembling sword cuts spread across Yuan's chest, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. Despite Bai Ning's relentless attack, Yuan remained still, seemingly unwilling to fight her. Fight me, damn it! She roared, her aura surging even higher. Not until you admit that you don't care about the punishment and are only using it as an excuse to fight me. Yuan casually shrugged. Fuck you. Bai Ning continued launching powerful strikes at Yuan. Several moments later, her most potent attack managed to slice his body in half, but it was pointless and just a waste of immortal qi if she couldn't kill him. In waiting, Yuan yawned, positioning himself as if he were lazily lying on a couch before a television. Yuan's unwillingness to fight and his blatant mockery infuriated Bai Ning. Fuck! 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 Bai Ning stopped fighting for a moment and cursed out loud. I don't care about Bai Tao or the punishment for attacking a member of our Heavenly White Tiger clan. I just want to fight you, she exclaimed with her face flushed red. That's more like it. Don't you feel better just from being honest with yourself? Yuan chuckled. Fuck you. If you still refuse to fight me properly, it'll make you regret being born, she roared. I'm a man of my word. With number 1 under heaven in his grasp, Yuan suddenly charged at Bai Ning. Seeing this, Bai Ning prepared to confront him with a wide grin on her face. Chapter 1573 Beyond Human Capabilities. Chapter 1573 Beyond Human Capabilities. When Yuan swung number 1 under heaven at her, Bai Ning prepared to confront it with her claws, which were sharper and more durable than even mythic-grade treasures. However, moments before they clashed, her instincts kicked in, causing her to avoid the sword instead. Sha! A powerful sword light swung past Bai Ning's claw and struck the purple sea behind her, splitting it in half. Although the sword light didn't touch her, its aura grazed her hand, and that was enough to cut through her skin. Bai Ning swallowed nervously at this and cried inwardly. If I hadn't avoided his sword at the very last moment, my entire hand would have been cut off. I have never seen such a powerful soul weapon before. Seeing Bai Ning's nervous expression, Yuan looked at number 1 under heaven and showed a bittersweet smile. You're too powerful. After pondering for a moment, he put away the sword and retrieved Dragon's soul again. What is the meaning of this? Are you looking down on me? Bai Ning's brows deeply furrowed. I mean, it's not like I'm trying to kill you. Yuan calmly said. Do you really think you have what it takes to kill me? You're thinking too highly of yourself just because you managed to fight with a few ordinary immortals. Today I, Bai Ning, shall teach you what a prodigy is like. Bai Ning roared before charging at Yuan, releasing a relentless assault on him. Yuan parried all her attacks, but the impact from her strikes was far stronger than those of all the immortals combined, enough to push him back. So it wasn't just his sword that contributed to his prowess. This bastard must have a unique physique that rivals demons. Bai Ning gritted her teeth as she used all her power, which she rarely did. Hours passed, but Bai Ning couldn't see any opportunity to defeat Yuan. He was akin to an unsurmountable wall, one that could regenerate any damage in the blink of an eye. Is he really a demon? Bai Ning began doubting whether he was actually a demon. Although she had never fought or seen a demon before, she had heard plenty of rumors about them, especially how they terrorized the world with their godlike healing abilities. The same one Yuan was displaying at this moment. Are you really a demon? Bai Ning asked without stopping the fight. What do you think? Yuan casually responded. I think your healing abilities are ridiculous. Thanks. I'm not complimenting you. It's so ridiculous that it's not helping your case. Yuan chuckled and said, people will believe what they want to believe regardless of the facts, even if it's right in their eyes. There's no need to try to convince these people, as I would only be wasting my breath. You will regret this in the future. Are you worried about me? If so, thanks. Yuan chuckled. Shut up. Several more hours later, Bai Ning ran out of spiritual energy. Usually, she'd be able to fight for months, if not years, without exhausting her spiritual energy, but she had to use a tremendous amount of spiritual energy just to hurt Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan was still full of energy from absorbing her attacks, transforming it into his own energy. How are you still so full of energy? Bai Ning was in disbelief. I just am. Anyway, it's been fun, but I have other things to do. Where do you think you're going? One of the immortals shouted at him. Yuan fell silent and glanced at him through his mask. After a moment of silence, Yuan suddenly withdrew number 1 under heaven and charged at the Immortal with his movement technique. Immortal rendering sword strike. The Immortal was caught off guard by Yuan's surprise attack and failed to react in time before being sliced in half. However, the Immortal didn't die and managed to survive with just his soul. Yet, Yuan swung his sword again, using nothing but his enhanced sword aura. No! The Immortal cried out loud, his voice filled with fear. Unfortunately, Yuan didn't spare another thought before cutting down his soul, killing him entirely. Ding! Beyond human capabilities, when fighting a cultivator, your base stats will be boosted by 100%. Defeat a cultivator who is at least 9 realms above you, without using Heaven's Supremacy. Completed. With 2 of the most challenging tasks completed, Yuan felt like he was making progress for Heaven's Supremacy. What the fuck have he done? Kellen was greatly shocked by Yuan's actions. In fact, nobody there expected Yuan to suddenly kill one of the immortals there. You son of a bitch. The other immortals quickly reacted to the death of their companion, their faces flushed with anger. Yet, none of them dared to attack Yuan. You will regret this, you damn demon. Instead of fighting him, the immortals turned around and ran away. As for the Misty Fox, he also ran away. Kellen appeared shortly after with a deep frown on his face. Why did you do that? He asked. Yuan looked at him and calmly responded, why not? That man you killed belonged to the 9 heavens' law and order. Not only do they oversee the 9 heavens' eternal grotto, but they're also responsible for keeping order in the 9 heavens. Their influence is second to the Celestial Emperor, and you just killed one of them. Is that so? I got unlucky, I guess. Kellen suddenly turned to look at Bai Ning and said, "Can you please leave us alone? And who the hell are you to command me?" Bai Ning frowned. Kellen's body suddenly released an oppressive aura that filled the entire Purple Sea. "Please leave while I'm still asking nicely." Bai Ning narrowed her eyes at him. After a moment of silence, she turned to look at Yuan and spoke. "This isn't over. He'll defeat you the next time we meet." Bai Ning left the scene shortly after, leaving Yuan and Kellen alone in the middle of the Purple Sea. Chapter 1574, 9 Heavens Law and Order. Chapter 1574, 9 Heavens Law and Order. Once they were finally alone, Kellen raised his hand and showed his faction symbol, as long as his rank. Yuan's curiosity was piqued at the sight of Kellen's symbol and rank. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What brings a high-ranking figure like you to the 4th heaven? I doubt it's a simple task like catching an escaped immortal." Yuan pretended not to be part of the Celestial Overlord to see Kellen's reaction. "There's no need to be on alert. My name is Kellen, and Senior Bai asked me to watch over you because he was worried that your fight with the Immortal might go awry." "Oh, is that so? I apologize if I had offended you in any way before, Senior." Yuan's attitude suddenly changed, becoming more respectable. This dumbfounded Kellen. The way he treats his friends and foes are so vastly different. Even if I am someone slightly suspicious, he might not hesitate to cut me down. Kellen thought to himself, "Anyway, even though nothing happened to you, and you even managed to slay an immortal, albeit the wrong one, I must apologize for failing to save your life multiple times due to how absorbed I was in your fight. Your fight was truly mesmerizing and awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, you ended up killing someone you shouldn't have, and you even made it seem like you're a demon, or are you actually one?" Kellen inquired, seemingly unclear on his identity. Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I am definitely human." Kellen sighed in relief and said, "Thank the heavens. You would have made things really difficult for us if you were a demon. With that said, you'll probably still be hunted by the 9 Heavens Law and Order for killing their member, and rumors about you being a demon will spread. Your healing abilities that rival a demon will concern many people, and they might treat you like a real demon, even if you're a human. However, the Celestial Overlords will do everything they can to protect you." However, Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I never intended to cause trouble for the Celestial Overlords. Even if they want to find me, they don't know my real identity yet, so they'll be chasing a phantom for a while." "You're unfathomably bold. Nobody could be as calm as you if they knew they were being hunted by the 9 Heavens Law and Order." Yuan shrugged and said, "Anyway, since I'm safe, does that mean you'll return to the upper heavens now?" "No, they'll stick around a little longer. After all, it's been so long since I visited the lower heavens. I also want to know more about you, Junior. And once you recover from your fight, let's have a spar." Yuan nodded. "All right, then I'll see you later." Kellen left the scene shortly after, returning to Senior Bai to notify him of their situation. Yuan returned to the Pavilion of Knowledge. "Yuan, you're okay." Shi Meili's face immediately brightened after seeing his return. "I told you I'd be fine." Yuan smiled. "How is it? Did you kill the immortal?" she asked. "No, he got away, but I did kill an immortal." "What?" Shi Meili raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. "It's a bit complicated, but this is what happened." Yuan recalled the events that had occurred during his battle. Heavens, what a mess. Shi Meili's eyes were wide open by the end. Meanwhile, Kellen requested an urgent audience with Senior Bai. When Senior Bai received this urgent request, his eyebrows rose. Sometime later, he met up with Kellen, who was waiting for him inside his world. "Senior." Kellen respectfully bowed to him. "What's the matter?" "To request an urgent audience. Did something happen to Yuan?" Senior Bai went straight to the point. Kellen nodded with a serious expression and said, "A lot happened, so sit back and prepare yourself." Senior Bai immediately swallowed nervously. I watched our junior fight the escaped Immortal. It was quite something. He exceeded my expectations in every metric and more. This is how it went. While Kellen recalled everything he had witnessed to Senior Bai, the same thing was happening elsewhere with the group of immortals that had confronted Yuan. It's a demon, I tell you. We must contact the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto as soon as possible. This demon was unlike anything I've seen or heard. He wielded a sword and spear and had the aura of a beast. He was only a spirit king, but he could use enhanced sword aura and fight several divine kings simultaneously. The leader of Nine Heavens Law and Order listened to the information with a confused and bewildered look on his face. A spirit king that can fight an immortal with their cultivation suppressed to divine king? Has demon-like regenerating ability? What kind of fucking creature are you guys making up? Did you guys get hit in the head too hard when trying to capture the escapee? The leader couldn't believe what he was hearing. This entity sounded like something that wouldn't exist even in exaggerated fiction. This monster is real. The immortals insisted. The leader sighed, "All right, I'll contact the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto. Tell me everything that happened." A few hours later, the leader of Nine Heavens Law and Order visited the Demon Sealing faction's headquarters and requested an audience with Qian Chu, the current leader of the Demon Sealing faction. "It's been a while, Demon Sealer Qian." Qian Chu casually nodded and said, "I was told you have information on a powerful demon. Unfortunately, my faction members encountered this demon in the fourth heaven while chasing after one of the Nine Heavens' Eternal Grotto escapees. With that said, I am not certain this information is trustworthy. You'll understand what I mean in a bit. A demon in the fourth heaven? This would be troublesome if true." Qian Chu muttered. "All right, let's hear it. Tell me everything you know about this demon." Chapter 1575, Unknown Demon. Chapter 1575, Unknown Demon, the leader of Nine Heavens Law and Order, began recalling what his subordinates told him with a somewhat stiff expression, almost as if he couldn't believe what he was uttering. This demon was only a spirit king when they initially encountered it, but had a breakthrough toward the end, reaching Spirit Emperor. However, even before reaching Spirit Emperor, this demon could fight with the escapee, who was restricted to the Divine King realm, even overpower them to a certain extent. Once this demon reached Spirit Emperor, it was able to fight 5 Divine Kings simultaneously, even killing one of our members. This demon wielded 2 different weapons, a sword and a spear, being exceptionally proficient with the sword, to the point where he could use enhanced sword aura. Moreover, both of these weapons were soul weapons. This demon's regenerating ability is also no joke, being able to recover within seconds after having their entire body annihilated. Not only did they have a ridiculously fast regenerating speed, their body was also incredibly durable. This demon wore a mask, but it had no visible horns or unique skin color, a common trait amongst demons. Furthermore, it had the aura of a beast. Qian Chu listened to the information of this potential demon with raised eyebrows. Head studied and encountered more than anyone within the Demon Sealing clan, yet Head never encountered a demon that could wield soul weapons, much less 2. While demons are naturally powerful and could fight humans with higher cultivation than itself, not even a demon emperor could fight someone 8 realms stronger, let alone 5 at once. The most ridiculous claim about this demon was that it could use enhanced sword aura. Demons specialize in blood techniques and their own bodies, and there had never been a record of a demon using sword aura, much less enhanced sword aura. If Qian Chu had to be honest, he would outright refute these claims. However, there was no reason for the Nine Heavens Law and Order to fabricate such information, especially since their leader had personally shown up to share it. The details were simply too elaborate to be a joke. So what do you think? Ridiculous, right? The Nine Heavens Law and Order leader said with an embarrassed face. However, I have verified the information myself. My members have no reason to lie about this, and they looked genuinely shaken by their encounter with this demon. Qianshu quickly replied, I would be lying if I said that I don't doubt such information. But if a demon with this sort of capabilities were to truly exist, our world would definitely be plunged into another chaotic era, perhaps one that's even more chaotic than the last one. The Nine Heavens Law and Order leader swallowed nervously after hearing such words, and he said, regardless of if this entity is a demon or a ghost, we must find it and ensure that such a thing won't happen. Qianshu nodded and said, I will have all of my Supreme Demon Sealers and Master Demon Sealers look into this demon. Thank you. I will also contact the Demon Sealing Grotto, so we can work together. The sooner we deal with this threat, the better. Although the leader knew these two powers rarely collaborated and, more often than not, clashed with each other, they were not in a position to be picky. If this demon turned out to be the real deal, they might have another war with demons. Qianshu didn't object to the leader's idea to involve the Demon Sealing Grotto, knowing they would inevitably learn of the situation and intervene, regardless of the Demon Sealing clan's stance. The Nine Heavens Law and Order leader didn't linger and immediately went to the Demon Sealing Grotto. Qianshu also summoned all of the Supreme Demon Sealers and Master Demon Sealers to an urgent meeting, something that has not happened since he became the leader of the Demon Sealing clan. The Demon Sealers were taken aback by the sudden summoning. Filled with a mix of anticipation and a touch of dread, they swiftly assembled at the headquarters. At the meeting, Qianshu revealed the situation to the Demon Sealers, who responded with skepticism rather than shock or fear. I know what you're all thinking, but the leader of the Nine Heavens Law and Order personally delivered this information to me. Regardless if this entity is a demon or something else, it raises too many concerns and must be looked into. Do we have a description of this demon? Someone asked. Qianshu retrieved a large scroll and revealed a painting of Yuan on it. This was created by those who encountered the demon. It has all of the details they could recall. Study it and memorize it. While the Demon Sealing clan was having their meeting, the Demon Sealing Grotto was also preparing to hunt this demon. After hearing how ridiculously capable this demon was, they decided to make hunting it their #1 priority. Over the next few days, hundreds of powerful demon sealers would be sent to the fourth heaven. Meanwhile, Senior Bai had trouble standing once Kellen recalled everything to him. Dear heavens, are you sure you weren't hallucinating? Yuan only became a cultivator a few years ago. How in heaven's name is he already fighting immortals? Even if their cultivation was suppressed, their experience should have made an insurmountable difference. Or are you telling me that Head managed to acquire what others need tens of thousands of years to learn in just several years? Do such terrifying talents truly exist in this world? Trust me, I know how you feel, and I witnessed it firsthand. He's the real deal, a real monster. Kellen sighed. He continued, what should we do now? Although the Nine Heavens Law and Order aren't aware of his identity now, they eventually will. Senior Bai pondered for many minutes with a serious expression on his face before speaking. He'll seek guidance from the Celestial Overlord. Don't utter a word of this to anyone else before I return. Naturally, Kellen nodded. Chapter 1576, Leaving the Pavilion of Knowledge. Chapter 1576, Leaving the Pavilion of Knowledge after he left. Senior Bai immediately sought an audience with Su Jiechi. Once they met, Senior Bai informed her of everything Yuan had done. He's already capable of fighting divine kings despite being only a spirit king. I mocked him for his slow cultivation speed not long ago. Su Jiechi wore an astonished expression on her beautiful face, something that rarely happened. Moreover, they're not ordinary divine kings, but real immortals with vast experience. Senior Bai sighed. He continued, anyway, his monstrous talent is one thing. Killing a member of the Nine Heavens Law and Order is another. I'm afraid they might give us trouble in the future. About that, The Nine Heavens law and order have already acted, Su Jiechi suddenly said. What? Senior Bai's eyes widened at this new information. The leader has already contacted the Demon Sealing Clan and Demon Sealing Grotto, and these two powerhouses have dispatched their experts, Su Jiechi explained. Isn't that really bad? What should we do? Senior Bai asked. Su Jiechi pondered for a moment before speaking. We won't do anything until we need to. Let's just see where this goes. Are you sure? What if it's already too late by then? Are you still underestimating Yuan after all this? He won't go down so easily, and we'll have more than enough time to react. Kellen will be with him as well, no? Senior Bai nodded. Kellen wishes to remain in the lower heavens a little longer. Permission granted. Make it his mission to protect Yuan, too. However, don't spoil him. Only act when absolutely necessary. Su Jiechi said, I understand. We also have a member within the Demon Sealing Clan. They'll notify him of the situation. Su Jiechi added. Senior Bai nodded. After talking a little longer, Senior Bai returned to Kellen to pass Su Jiechi's decision to him. Meanwhile, the Nine Heavens went into turmoil after news that the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto had dispatched most of their experts in some kind of expedition. Fuck, are we going to war with demons again? No, they're looking for a single demon. What? They dispatched so many people for a single demon? Did they find the demon emperor that escaped previously? Apparently, this one is even more dangerous. How long has it been since the Demon Sealing Clan's been this active? It's been thousands of years. Unfortunately, their activity isn't something to be celebrated but dreaded. Somewhere in the Demon Sealing Grand Library, a beautiful woman sat before a scroll with a ponderous face. I wonder how the founder's doing. Hopefully, they'll get to see him again soon. Yenhara muttered to herself as she stared at the scroll with the demon's description. As a master demon sealer, she was also dispatched to the lower heavens. Meanwhile, Yuan and she Mei spent several more hours at the Pavilion of Knowledge before leaving. Are you leaving already? Qian asked them when he noticed them exiting the room. Yes, we've finished reading all of the materials. Yuan nodded. I see. I hope it was helpful to you. It was. I learned some new things about the Immortal Monarch and his companions, mostly about the 9 Divine Supremes. If you ever need information on anything, don't hesitate to visit our Pavilion of Knowledge. Here is our medallion. There are other Pavilion of Knowledge in other places with different names, but they all serve the same purpose. Our Pavilion of Knowledge happens to be the first one to be founded. Qian handed him a purple medallion with an image of a pavilion and the word knowledge engraved into it. Thank you. Yuan accepted the medallion and tossed it into his spatial ring. Qian shook his head and said, No, I should be thanking you. Because of you, we know the Immortal Monarch is still alive out there somewhere. You have no idea how much this means to me, to many beast clans in the 9 heavens. What does it mean? Shimeli asked out of curiosity. Well, for starters, there will be a massive movement to find the Immortal Monarch soon. Qian revealed with a serious face. Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired. And what will they do once they find him? The Immortal Monarch's era ended long ago. The Immortal Monarch's era may have ended, but many still revere him. He is akin to their god, a being above humans and beasts. His return will have unfathomable significance that I cannot even begin to comprehend. Qian spoke with a dazed look on his face. Yuan didn't know how to react to that and remained silent. As they made their way downstairs, their presence caught Bai Ning's attention, who also appeared to be leaving. Where are you going after this? Bai Ning asked him. I don't know. He shrugged. What about you? I have to return to my family temporarily to report some things. Did you not notice the disturbance from earlier? She asked with a raised eyebrow. I felt many powerful ripples, but I am not the type to stick my nose in others' business. Yuan replied with a smile. Good on you. It was a mess out there. Bai Ning sighed. Oh, what happened? He asked with a curious face. A fight between immortals and some crazy bastard. The same bastard that beat my brother. Bai Ning clenched her fist as she recalled him. The masked individual? He was there? Did you avenge your brother? Yuan asked with a worried face. Bai Ning merely sighed at his question, her expression darkening with every passing moment. I see. Yuan wore a look of understanding and didn't inquire further. Well, I hope you'll get to avenge your brother next time. She vigorously nodded. I won't let him escape a third time. Then I'll see you later. After bowing to each other, Yuan left the Pavilion of Knowledge with Shi Meili, who tried hiding her face by looking away from Bai Ning. Bai Ning stared at Shi Meili's back as she walked to the exit. She looks a little familiar, but from where? She wondered inwardly. Chapter 1577, 800 million. Chapter 1577, 800 million. Once Yuan and Shi Meili left the Pavilion of Knowledge, they disappeared into the Purple Sea. Bai Ning left shortly after and returned to her clan in the upper heavens to update them on the situation. Where are we going now? Shi Meili asked Yuan as they soared across the Purple Sea. A place that will allow me to kill a lot of magical beasts, he calmly said. What? Shi Meili raised an eyebrow. Although divine beasts and magical beasts are beasts, magical beasts are typically simple-minded and instinct-driven animals mutated through spiritual energy, so divine beasts don't feel anything even if magical beasts are slaughtered. In fact, divine beasts often slaughter and consume magical beasts, which is akin to humans cultivating with spirit stones and monster cores. I need to kill 100 million entities. He sighed. 100 million. Shi Meili's jaw dropped at this astonishing number that would take years of constant grinding. I would love to ask why you need to kill so many, but I'm a little afraid to do so. Shi Meili swallowed nervously. Yuan chuckled and said, You just asked. Anyway, it's a quest, something I need to do to become stronger. You're already powerful enough to kill immortals. I cannot imagine how much more powerful you can become. No, I'm not powerful enough to kill immortals. I only managed to kill that one because his cultivation was restricted. If I had to fight him at full power, he'd easily kill me. Yuan shook his head at reality. Still, I don't think anyone else out there can boast of defeating someone 9 realms above their own strength. With so many experts from the upper heavens showing up, I will need to become strong. Much stronger if I want to protect you and everyone. A glint of determination flickered within Yuan's eyes. We could have asked Xian Kuan, but we had already left the Pavilion of Knowledge. Shi Meili then said, It's fine. I intend to return to the others first. We can figure out the rest afterward. After returning to the Cultivator's Haven, where Meishio and the others are in seclusion, Yuan said to Shi Meili, You can return to training if you want. He'll be away for a few days. I've had enough training for now. We'll take a look around the city while I wait for your return, she said. Yuan nodded. Stay safe. She chuckled. Don't worry, I doubt many by Shu Tao are out there. Yuan logged off the next moment. Once he returned to Earth, Yuan went to relax inside the bathroom by soaking in medicine. Even though the medicine no longer had any effect on his body, it still felt better than an ordinary hot bath. After getting out of the bathroom, Yuan noticed a card placed on the desk beside the bed. He picked it up and read its contents. Chairman Li has contacted us on. The great battlefield has finished with its renovations and will resume faction wars soon. Our faction war with Fiery Garden of Hell has been scheduled. 2 days ago, huh? Luckily, I finished my business in cultivation online earlier, or I would have missed the faction war, he mumbled to himself. The Demon Sealing faction and Fiery Garden of Hell was scheduled to begin in 3 days. He went to the training grounds to see if anyone was there, but it was empty. Everyone was busy with their training in cultivation online. With nothing else to do, Yuan went to the balcony and started playing the zither to pass the time. A few hours later, Meifeng knocked on the door. You can enter. Meifeng walked straight to the balcony and said, You saw the note, right? Yes. Do you really intend to fight the faction war alone? Yes, but I'll need you there to be the ruler, he calmly nodded. Of course he'll be there. I'll make my way to the Eternal Lotuses now. They'll see you at the great battlefield. Sometime later, Yuan disappeared into the clouds, speeding toward the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. When he arrived, the guard at the entrance instantly recognized him and said, "Our leader is expecting your arrival, player Yuan." Yuan followed one of them inside and was led directly to Bai Lianhua's room. "Welcome, Yuan. I've been anticipating your match since Miss Mei Feng told me about it 2 days ago." Bai Lianhua greeted him with a bright and beautiful smile. "If I was any slower with my business and cultivation online, I would have missed it and disappointed you." Yuan smiled. "But you didn't. Anyway, Yu is in her room." Yuan nodded. "Ah, before you go to her, I'd like to thank you again for all your help. The resources you've given us greatly benefited every member of our faction, and our faction's prowess skyrocketed in a short time. That was the purpose to begin with. Maybe you'll be able to get your revenge on the fiery locust swarm soon." Bai Lianhua's eyebrows suddenly raised, and she said, "Unfortunately, that may no longer be possible, as the fiery locust swarm had been disbanded after their rank was stripped, and their leader and a majority of their members have been banned from participating in further faction wars for using drugs during their match with the Demon Sealing faction." "Oh, right. I forgot they did something like that." Yuan chuckled. Fiery Queen and her faction also faced ridicule since the fiery locust swarm was under them. Bai Lianhua added, "So they must be extra pissed off right now. This is great. ITLL make our match even more entertaining." Yuan left to meet with Yu shortly after. The following day, Yuan traveled to the great battlefield with Yu and Bai Lianhua. When he arrived, Mei Feng was already waiting for him, alongside the other members of the Demon Sealing faction. This time, every member was present. However, none of them would be participating in the faction war, and were there as mere spectators. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1578, Fighting the Fiery Garden of Hell. Chapter 1578, Fighting the Fiery Garden of Hell. "I was really hoping you didn't show up, so we could have some fun," Wang Ming remarked as Yuan and his group arrived. "Sorry, but I really need to do this alone," Yuan said with an apologetic smile. "It's fine, but we have a next one." Of course. As they made their way to the arena, their group drew the attention of everyone they passed, like a group of celebrities. "Look, the Demon Sealing faction is finally here. It looks like their entire faction will be present for this faction war. That's only natural. They're against the Fiery Garden of Hell, after all. Even player Yuan won't be able to fight so many players alone. Who knows? With the new changes, anything's possible. No, ITLL definitely be much more difficult for player Yuan if everyone can use deadly techniques. I'm sure player Yuan has some ridiculously powerful attacks that can wipe out thousands of players in the blink of an eye. Even if that's the case, I doubt he would be able to use those techniques too much before running out of chi." The people speculated and debated on their faction war, unaware that Yuan was planning to fight the Fiery Garden of Hell alone. Meanwhile, the Fiery Garden of Hell was already gathering inside the new and improved arena. The arena was expanded several times its original size, and hazardous areas, such as a river of real lava and deadly traps, were spread throughout it. The arena itself could easily accommodate 10 million players at once, so there was plenty of room for even the largest factions to go wild. Due to the formation that prevents death and serious injuries, the technique evaluation was no longer required, making faction wars more accessible and exciting. A record number of people showed up to spectate the faction war between the Demon Sealing faction and the Fiery Garden of Hell, not to mention the number of people watching from home and other places. At this moment, more than half of the world tuned in to watch the faction war, to see how the Demon Sealing faction would deal with the Fiery Garden of Hell and its impressive number of players. "I've been waiting for you, Yuan." Chairman Li's face brightened like a light bulb after seeing Yuan and the rest of the Demon Sealing faction. "Do I have to do anything before we can start the faction war?" Yuan asked. "No, we can start once it's time." Yuan nodded and said, "Then I'll make my way to the arena." "Good luck, brother," Yu said to him. The others followed, but Chairman Li's eyebrows raised when the Demon Sealing faction also started saying it. Seeing Chairman Li's puzzled face, Wang Ming said, "Only Yuan will be participating in the faction war. We're just here as spectators." What? You intend on fighting the fiery garden of hell alone? All 600,000 of them? Chairman Li's eyes widened with shock as he asked Yuan. "Yes, I do." Yuan calmly acknowledged. But that's... Chairman Li was at a loss for words. He couldn't imagine how someone could fight so many people at once. Not even someone like Yuan. Yuan smiled and said, "There's a reason I created the formation. Of course, I wanted to make faction wars safer for everyone, but it's also so I can fight with fewer restrictions." Chairman Li still couldn't find any words. Yuan continued walking to the exit, quickly disappearing from the waiting room. Meifeng followed him since she had to be the ruler. "He's serious?" Chairman Li uttered in a dazed voice. "He never jokes around in these sorts of situations." Wang Ming chuckled. Sometime later, Yuan appeared in the arena. When the spectators saw this, the entire stadium erupted with cheering. However, the cheering quickly quieted once the spectators realized only 2 members from the Demon Sealing faction were present. "Huh, where's the rest of the members?" Someone asked out loud. "Maybe they couldn't show up, just like the last faction war?" "That's impossible. I saw the entire Demon Sealing faction at the airport. They're definitely here." "So, where the hell are they?" "The match is about to begin in 10 minutes. I'll look over there. The rest of the Demon Sealing faction members are in the spectators area." Someone suddenly shouted. His arm pointed at a specific location in the stadium meant for VIPs. "No way, they're here as spectators? Does this mean player Yuan wants to fight the fiery garden of hell alone? That's crazy. Haha. His arrogance knows no bounds. Are the fiery garden of hell aware of this? We'll find out soon." Yuan, who showed up alone in the arena to face the fiery garden of hell, shocked every spectator watching. Nobody knew what he was trying to achieve or what his thought process was, but many people were mad. "Fuck, I can't believe I woke up early for this shit. I can't believe I actually bet money on the Demon Sealing faction's victory. What was I thinking?" After realizing that Yuan planned to fight the fiery garden of hell alone, many people became desperate. They gambled the rest of their money on the fiery garden of hell's victory, hoping to recoup some of their losses. Meanwhile, Fiery Queen had someone scout the arena using a scouting technique. What? Only player Yuan is on the field, excluding the ruler? Fiery Queen couldn't believe what she was hearing and had the scouter do it again. Yet, the scout reconfirmed that Yuan was alone. "That bastard actually dares to face us alone? How much does he intend to look down on me?" Fiery Queen gritted her teeth in anger instead of feeling relieved that he was alone. 5 minutes before the match, a familiar voice resounded through the broadcasting speakers. "Hello, everyone. It's me, Yin Xiao, and I will be the commentator for this faction war." Before we start, I would like to announce that the highly anticipated Demon Sealing faction interview will be released after this faction war is concluded, so stay tuned for that. Chapter 1579, A Display of Overwhelming Prowess. Chapter 1579, A Display of Overwhelming Prowess. Now then, as you can see for yourself, it appears that player Yuan intends to fight the fiery garden of hell by himself. That's 1 to 600,000 players. What kind of secret trick does he have up his sleeves to have so much confidence? Yin Xiao spoke with excitement. She was one of the very few people who weren't angry at Yuan and even believed in him. Before we begin the match, allow me to give you all a brief explanation of the new rules. Due to the generosity of a profound expert in formations, the great battlefield has gone through several renovations that will enhance our players' experience and our entertainment. With this formation, we will no longer have to worry about accidental deaths, allowing the players to truly go all out with their powerful techniques. However, While players won't die even if a sharp sword strikes their neck, they will still feel some of the pain, so it's not completely risk-free. Although players can no longer die, they will still carry a badge that represents their life, and if broken, they will be disqualified. A player will also be disqualified if they are knocked unconscious, which may happen if they suffer enough damage. We will now briefly demonstrate the formation's functions. Two individuals appeared inside the arena and, before hundreds of millions of spectators, began hacking their sharp swords at each other's bare bodies without any hesitation or holding back. Many powerful blows later, not a single life-threatening injury could be seen on their body. Besides a few bruises, they looked otherwise completely fine. As you just witnessed, this formation is very reliable. Yin Xiaoxiao commented as the two demonstrators left the arena. The crowd cheered loudly, causing the entire stadium to tremble. Sometime later, Yin Xiaoxiao received word that the faction war would officially begin. All right, you've all been waiting for long enough. The faction war between Demon Sealing Faction, Player Yuan, and Fiery Garden of Hell will begin now. A flare shot straight into the sky before exploding into a blue mist, signifying the start of the faction war. Once Fiery Queen saw this, she pointed toward the direction of Yuan's castle and shouted in a commanding voice, "Teach that arrogant bastard what happens when he underestimates us, the Fiery Garden of Hell." However, before the 600,000 members of the Fiery Garden of Hell could go anywhere, they halted their advancement and stared at the massive figure in the distance with bewildered expressions. Meanwhile, Yuan activated God of War's astral arts the moment the match began. What the fuck is that? It's huge. A giant. It's a giant. The spectators watched with wide eyes and mouths as Yuan controlled the avatar, sweeping the arena with a golden sword. Seeing this, the players on the field dropped their weapons and immediately began running away. Yet, none was able to outrun the sword. The moment the avatar struck the ground, the entire great battlefield shook violently, and a deep fissure appeared in the arena. Before the Fiery Garden of Hell members could even leave their base, over 300,000 players were removed from the faction war with a single strike. In the blink of an eye, Yuan had annihilated half of the Fiery Garden of Hell's players. The spectators were speechless. Yin Xiaoxiao was speechless. There was not a single person watching who wasn't shocked by what they had just witnessed. Once she snapped out her daze, Yin Xiaoxiao commented, her voice filled with excitement. Heavens, what a power play. Player Yuan disqualified 301,283 players with a single strike the moment the match began. How will Fiery Queen and her faction respond to this? After the sudden attack, Fiery Queen sat on her buttocks with a dazed look on her face as she stared at the golden giant that overlooked them from above like a god, feeling like an ant. It's not over. He must have consumed most, if not all, of his energy on that one attack. Fiery Queen eventually recovered. The very next moment, not wanting to finish the faction war too quickly, Yuan deactivated God of War's astral arts. Fiery Queen misunderstood this and became convinced that Yuan had exhausted all of his energy. The remaining Fiery Garden of Hell players struggled to get back on their feet before advancing toward Yuan's castle again. However, before they could take more than 10 steps, a beam of light suddenly appeared from the direction of their destination. This beam of light contained an immense amount of spiritual energy, and everyone struck by it was instantly knocked unconscious. The same thing happened to those hit by the God of War's astral arts. Suddenly, another 50,000 Fiery Garden of Hell players were removed from the battlefield. And my God, what on earth was that laser technique just now? I have never seen, Yin Xiaoxiao cried out loud. Before Yin Xiaoxiao could even finish her sentence, Yuan launched another heaven-splitting sword strike at the Fiery Garden of Hell, defeating another 32,000 players in the blink of an eye. Several more heaven-splitting sword strikes appeared shortly after, giving Fiery Garden of Hell no room to breathe as they were bombarded with powerful techniques from across the arena. Less than a minute had passed since the match began, Yet Fiery Garden of Hell's impressive 600,000 player number had been reduced to just 100,000. The spectators were unsure of what they were witnessing, but as Yuan's overwhelming abilities became apparent, a palpable fear began to spread among them. If it weren't for the formation, he would have killed 500,000 people just like that. What kind of monstrous power is that? What if he suddenly decides to use it for evil? Who could stop him then? These kinds of questions began to arise in people's minds. They feared that Yuan was too powerful, that he wielded unchecked and uncontrollable power that could spell the end of the world if he chose to end it. Chapter 1580, A Display of Overwhelming Prowess 2. Chapter 1580, A Display of Overwhelming Prowess 2. Queen, what should we do? We're completely powerless right now and are no different than sitting ducks waiting to be slaughtered. One of the Fiery Garden of Hell members suddenly cried out loud. Fiery Queen didn't immediately respond. She surveyed her surroundings with a dazed look, taking in the devastated scene. Over 80% of her forces had been defeated in less than a minute, but they still had 100,000 players remaining. If Yuan had exhausted all of his energy, they still had a good chance of defeating him. There's no need to despair. We may have lost a lot of players, but we are still 100,000 strong. Player Yuan's definitely exhausted his chi this time. This is our chance to defeat him once and for all. Fiery Queen shouted. She pointed in Yuan's direction with a whip in hand and continued, "Advance!" The players quickly scrambled to their feet and started running toward Yuan's castle for the third time, with their eyes peeled open for incoming attacks. He stopped attacking. I think he's really out of energy. We need to hurry and reach him before he recovers. Move! Move your asses. We cannot allow him to recover even slightly. The Fiery Garden of Hell began advancing like madmen, almost as though they were racing each other to see who reached Yuan first. Even if they don't have the capability to defeat Yuan, they could still hope to delay his recovery. However, unbeknownst to them, Yuan still had plenty of spiritual energy. In fact, had been holding back the majority of his strength this entire time. If he had used his full strength, or even half of it, the players wouldn't have survived it, even with the formation's protection. Seeing how desperately the Fiery Garden of Hell was trying to reach him, Yuan sat on the ground before completely lying down, looking like he was going to take a nap. What in God's name? Player Yuan appears to be taking a nap in the middle of the war. Did he run out of energy after using so many powerful techniques at once? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. He really loves to show off, doesn't he? Wang Ming chuckled at this scene. He's just bullying them at this point. Shilang shook his head with a slight smile. The arena was so massive that it took the fastest player in Fiery Garden of Hell nearly 20 minutes of straight sprinting to finally reach Yuan. That bastard's asleep? The player almost couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Yuan casually resting on his back, seemingly without a care in the world. The player immediately thought about launching a sneak attack, but he quickly became doubtful whether Yuan was actually asleep or not. What was I thinking? Unless he knocked himself out after exhausting himself, there's no way he would actually be asleep. This is obviously a trap. However, even if it was a trap, the player couldn't stand there and do nothing while Yuan continued to recover his energy. He had to do something. The next moment, after taking a few deep breaths, the player made his move. Using his movement technique, he closed their distance almost instantly. With a dagger in his grasp, the player aimed for the badge hanging by Yuan's waist. However, when the player reached Yuan, he saw that Yuan's eyes were suddenly opened, and they were staring right into his eyes. The player felt an incredible chill throughout his entire body, almost like he was suddenly swimming naked in ice water. Unfortunately, it was already too late to stop, and the adrenaline in his blood made him move even faster. Die for me, you monster! The player roared as his dagger inched closer to Yuan's life badge. Right as the dagger was millimeters away from touching Yuan's badge, the player suddenly found himself unable to move even the slightest, almost as if he was frozen in time. Before the player could even react, Yuan casually smacked him in the face, sending him flying across the arena until he hit another player several minutes away. "Where the hell did you come from?" The player struck by the one who got hit cried out loud. However, the player couldn't respond, as he was knocked unconscious. Eventually, Fiery Queen and the rest of the players reached Yuan, who was no longer napping on the ground but hovering in the air instead. "What took you so long? I fell asleep waiting for you," Yuan said as his gaze stared at Fiery Queen. "Shut up," Fiery Queen bellowed with an enraged expression. "Keep acting arrogant, but we all know that you've already exhausted your energy." "Oh, really? What gave it away?" Yuan smiled. "Unless you have unlimited qi, there's no way you're not exhausted by now. But I had plenty of time to rest." "Huh? Who are you trying to fool? You wouldn't be able to recover completely even if we gave you an entire day." Yuan laughed. "Fiery Queen, you don't learn, do you? How many times do I have to teach you this lesson?" What lesson?" Fiery Queen frowned. "That you'd never be able to defeat me." Yuan activated God of War's astral art again. The golden giant returned and even looked bigger than before. Fiery Queen and the other players' faces immediately darkened, and their hearts all dropped at the same time. "Fiery Queen, let this be my last warning to you. If I have to deal with you again, it won't be so peaceful." Yuan proceeded to bombard Fiery Queen and the remaining players with a barrage of attacks. Each time the golden giant swung its sword, the entire island would shake, and a new fissure would open up in the ground. After destroying almost the entire arena, Yuan deactivated the technique and descended before Fiery Queen, who had purposefully left alone. Fiery Queen stared at him with a dumbfounded face. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. In the end, Yuan destroyed her badge without uttering another word. Chapter 1581, Controversies. Chapter 1581, Controversies. Fiery Queen stared at her destroyed badge with a dazed face. Although she sustained almost no physical damage during the faction war, the damage dealt to her mentally was immense and profound. This overwhelming sense of defeat and helplessness made her recall their previous confrontation and how he slaughtered all of the exiles. Tears began flowing from Fiery Queen's eyes, but Yuan did not linger to watch her weep and was already walking away. Despite the demon sealing faction, Yuan's overwhelming victory, nobody in the crowd cheered, and the place was so silent that a pin drop could be heard from miles away. Eventually, Yin Xiaoxiao broke the silence by announcing the winner. The winner of this faction war is Demon Sealing Faction, or should I say player Yuan, who single-handedly defeated 600,000 players by himself. Yin Xiaoxiao quickly appeared in the arena and sprinted to Yuan, fearing that he might leave before she could interview him. "Congratulations on the Demon Sealing Faction's second victory. With this momentous victory, the Demon Sealing Faction is now ranked 5th in the world. I'm sure the speed of your rise broke several records, but we can talk about that later. Right now, I want to know what you have to say." Yuan grabbed the microphone and spoke calmly. "I see a lot of disappointed people in the audience. Were you expecting something else? I'm sorry if I disappointed you, but I warned you the last time, never bet against me. Anyway, I've had enough fun of faction wars for now, so I will no longer be participating in them. With that said, if you wish to challenge the Demon Sealing Faction, I'm sure the other members will be more than willing to entertain you." Yuan returned the microphone to Yin Xiaoxiao before walking out of the arena. The spectators remained silent, trying to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Given the absurdity of everything, many wondered if they had somehow logged into without realizing it. Although the members of the Demon Sealing Faction tried to look calm, they were also inwardly shocked. They had never seen Yuan fight so fiercely, even during their training. "I knew there was a wide gap between us, but I didn't think it was this ridiculous," Lang muttered in a dazed voice. "Forget about the faction war. He can probably conquer the world with those techniques. I wouldn't doubt it. Wang Ming smiled. After the faction war concluded, topics on the subject began spreading online like wildfire. Even though the faction war ended already, I still cannot believe it ended so fast. I waited an entire month for this faction war, and the fiery garden of hell was defeated in less than half an hour, only because player Yuan waited 20 minutes for them to reach him. Controversies on whether Yuan should be allowed to participate in future faction wars also began filling up the internet. Player Yuan is too powerful. He needs to be banned from future faction wars to keep things entertaining and fair. Player Yuan is too much. He's too arrogant. Fiery Queen did not deserve to be bullied like that. Most spectators who watched Yuan's faction war felt an indescribable sensation after the match. It was a feeling they were not familiar with. Gradually, they began to recognize that feeling as existential fear. After witnessing someone who was beyond their understanding, they began to question the purpose of their own existence. However, unwilling to accept their inferiority, these people banded together to drag down the one who had made them feel that way. Player Yuan was definitely using drugs to enhance his strength. Ban player Yuan. Remove the Demon Ceiling faction from the rankings. Countless calls for the Cultivators Association to ban player Yuan and the Demon Ceiling faction flooded the internet. The sentiment only intensified over time, with more and more people echoing the same demand. Chairman Li, under pressure not only from the public, but also from the legacy families and other powerful backgrounds, found himself in a difficult position. The legacy families and 10 great families have always wanted to get rid of Yuan, but they have never had the opportunity to do so until now. Soon, even government agencies from around the world got involved. Due to Yuan's prowess, which they perceived as a threat, they had no choice but to intervene. However, the governments had no interest in the Cultivators Association or the faction wars. They only had one thing in their sights: Yuan himself. Shortly after the faction war had concluded, every single government agency in the world got together. They watched the faction war between Yuan and Fiery Garden of Hell from beginning to end before they started their conversation. They started the conversation by revealing all of their information on Yuan, from the day he joined the orphanage to the current day. Although the government hasn't acted until now, they have been gathering information on Yuan since the day they realized he was player Yuan, just in case of situations like this. This person clearly has enough power to threaten not just a country, but the entire world. He's too dangerous to be wandering around without any supervision. Then what do you suggest? That we chain him down? Who here has the power to do that? I do not know what has to be done or what can be done. I only know that something must be done before he gets out of control. He's currently living within the Dragon Spiral Mountain, right? Perhaps we can get the Lord to deal with him. The room fell silent for a moment. The Lord's identity as a divine beast was no secret among government agencies, but only those with the highest level of clearance knew about it. If it's the Lord, he definitely has the power to control Yuan. No, he might be the only entity in this world who can do so. But would he even help us? The Lord is a reasonable entity. I'm sure he'll understand our worries. Chapter 1582 Yuan's Offer. Chapter 1582 Yuan's Offer. Brother, is there anything you could do about this? Inside her room, Yuro shoved her phone at Yuan's face, showing him all of the negative things being said about him with a concerned face. After the faction war, wanting to spend a little more time with his sister, Yuan left with Yuro and Bai Lianhua while the others returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Yuan glanced at the topic being made about him and shrugged. What do you want me to do? Tell them to shut up? I don't know, but they're demanding you to be banned from future faction wars. And it's not just a few individuals. Yuro said with a worried face. I kind of agree with them. I'm simply too powerful. Any faction war with my participation will be a guaranteed victory for the Demon Ceiling faction by a landslide. I don't intend to participate in more matches unless necessary, so this ban won't really affect me that much. But I enjoy watching you kicking everyone's ass. Faction wars will no longer be the same for me after seeing your performance today. They won't be as entertaining. Senior sister, you should say something too. Yuro turned to look at Bai Ning, who was leaning on the wall with a perplexed expression on her face. I don't know what to say. I doubt the Cultivators Association would ban him because of this, but I have a feeling that the 10 great families will add to the pressure. There's no chance in hell they'd let this opportunity to drag Yuan down slip away. Suddenly, Bai Ning received a call on her private cell phone. Hello, father? It was her father, Bai Ning, calling. Yuan? Yeah, he's with me. Why are you asking? Huh? Seriously? Bai Lianhua's face became filled with shock. Okay, I'll tell him. After hanging up, Bai Lianhua turned to look at Yuan with a heavy gaze. What's wrong? Yuan asked. I was right. The 10 great families are working together to pressure the Cultivators Association to put a ban on you. However, that's not what's most concerning. Apparently, government agencies around the world are wary of your capabilities and have gathered to discuss your existence. Yuan raised an eyebrow at this news. The government? What are they worried about? That I might take over the world or something? He spoke in a joking tone. Yet, Bai Lianhua nodded and said, yes, precisely that. They're worried about the prowess you displayed today. As of this moment, they see you as an unpredictable disaster waiting to happen. Even if you swear that you want to take over the world, they won't feel safe until they have you under their control. So what do you think they'll do to me? Yuan suddenly asked. Despite being on the government's watch list, Yuan didn't seem to be all that concerned. Well, they'll most likely try to put a leash on you, control you. However, they won't approach you directly and will most likely. Bai Lianhua paused midway and turned to look at Yuro with a worried frown on her face. They will most likely approach Yuro and those close to you first. Only once they have enough leverage over you will they finally approach you. Bai Lianhua sighed. Is that so? Yuan looked at Yuro and asked, want to spend some time with me in the Dragon Spiral Mountain? At least until everything calms down. Nobody will be able to bother you while you're with me. Of course. Yuro closed her mouth just as quickly as she opened it. She wanted to agree, but she had her own obligations at the Eternal Lotuses and couldn't be selfish anymore. She turned to look at Bai Lianhua, seemingly asking for permission. Bai Lianhua smiled and said, go spend some time with your brother. You barely left this place since you joined our faction over a year ago. It's about time you switch sceneries, not to mention the situation. This is also for your safety. Thank you. Yuro nodded. Yuan looked at Bai Lianhua and said, you know, the Dragon Spiral Mountain has enough room for the entire Eternal Lotuses to relocate. The spiritual energy there is also much denser than here, so you'll all benefit from being there. Bai Lianhua was momentarily stunned by his suggestion. After snapping out of it, she said, I know it's incredibly expensive to live there, if you even get approved by its landlord. There's no way they'd let so many people move there at once. Yuan smiled and said, I happen to be very close with the landlord, so we should have no problem getting you guys settled there. Of course, this is only a suggestion, an offer. You don't have to take it if you don't want it. Unlike before, Bai Lianhua didn't immediately reject his offer. Living inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain would not only provide them with security, but also benefit their cultivation. However, the most important factor was that she would get to be neighbors with Yuan. Seeing Bai Lianhua seriously pondering moving her headquarters to Dragon Spiral Mountain, Yuan gave her another push. You also won't need to worry about living expenses since that'll already be taken care of. After a moment of silence, Bai Lianhua replied, Can I give you an answer later? I need to speak with the others first. This decision is too big for me to decide alone. Yuan nodded, sure. Then I will immediately speak with the others. Bai Lianhua didn't waste any time and gathered all the faction members before telling them about Yuan's offer. We get to be neighbors with the Demon Sealing faction and player Yuan? I agree. I heard that only the elite of elites are allowed to live there. I also agree with our relocation. The members were quick to give their opinions on the matter, and everyone agreed to move to the Dragon Spiral Mountain because they would only benefit from it. Chapter 1583, Controlling Yuan. Chapter 1583, Controlling Yuan. That was fast. Yuan smiled when Bai Lianhua returned to the room much faster than had anticipated. Well, everyone's eager to move. Bai Lianhua replied with a bashful smile. Then it's settled. You guys can make the move whenever. They'll speak with the Lord once I return. Bai Lianhua nodded. Okay. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Yuan left with Yu a few hours later. As Yuan and Yu made their trip back to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, government officials were already there to speak with the Lord. However, before they could even reach the Lord, they had to deal with the manager first. Even as government officials, they couldn't enter the Dragon Spiral Mountain without her approval. What is your reason for visiting? Leah asked them with a nonchalant look on her face. We have some urgent matter that requires the Lord's attention. This world's balance is in jeopardy, and we believe the Lord is the only individual who can deal with it. Despite hearing this information, Leah remained uninterested and said, I will need more information than that. Or are you implying that I don't qualify enough to hear it? The government officials exchanged glances with each other before giving a nod. One spoke a second later. We believe a certain individual has too much power and could be a potential time bomb strong enough to destroy this world if not controlled. He's currently wandering the world unrestricted as we speak, and would like the Lord to do something about it. Who is this individual? Leah narrowed her eyes. He used to go by Tian, but he's known as Yuan right now, and he's a resident at the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Leah raised an eyebrow upon hearing this familiar name. After realizing the situation, Leah couldn't help but crack a chuckle. The government officials raised their eyebrows at Leah's reaction. Although they had met and spoken with her plenty of times, they had only seen her poker face, so it was an incredibly weird feeling to see her laugh, even if it was just slightly. Ahem. Leah cleared her throat and spoke, acting like nothing had happened. You need the Lord to control this Yuan individual, correct? He'll lead you to the Lord right now. Already, the government officials couldn't believe how fast they gained entrance. Typically, they would have to wait for Leah to contact the Lord before getting a response. Don't tell me the Lord is already aware of the danger Yuan proposes to the world. One of them speculated as they passed the gates, entering the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Maybe that's why she laughed at us, because they're already working on it. Sometime later, these government officials reached the peak of the mountain. Wait here for a bit, Leah said to them before disappearing for a few minutes. While they waited, Leah went to notify the Lord of their visit. Government officials? What do they want? That's a surprise. Leah smiled. The Lord found Leah's behavior to be unusual and immediately became suspicious. However, he didn't question her any further and said, Bring them to me. Of course. Leah left to bring the visitors to him. A few moments later, the government officials stood before the Lord's cave with their heads lowered so much their chin was kissing their chest. What are you all waiting for? This is an urgent matter, right? Go ahead and tell him what you told me. Leah spoke up when none of the government officials dared to speak without permission. The officials felt something was off about Leah, almost like she was entertaining herself with their situation. We greet the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Today, we have an urgent matter to discuss. There is a particular individual we believe requires your attention. This individual possesses unfathomable power that threatens not only the balance of this world, but also the world itself. He hasn't done anything requiring immediate action, but we believe it's only a matter of time. And at the speed he's growing, we should move as soon as possible before he becomes truly uncontrollable. This individual is a resident at the Dragon Spiral Mountain. He used to be called Tian, but is now widely known as Yuan, and we need you to put a collar on him. The moment Yuan's name was uttered, the atmosphere in the Dragon Spiral Mountain changed, and a dreadful pressure appeared at the peak of the mountain, forcing all of the government officials to kneel on the ground. Lord, what is the meaning of this? The government officials screamed in horror as the bones in their bodies began cracking. The pressure disappeared a few seconds later, but the officials remained on the ground with their bodies still screaming from pain. I refuse, the Lord uttered in a cold voice a moment later, without explaining any further. Despite their pain, the officials try to change his mind. Please, you are the only existence in this world who can control a monster like him. The world needs your help, Lord. Why are you refusing to help us? At least give us an explanation. I will not repeat myself, nor do I owe you any explanation. Now get the hell out of my face before I lose my temper again. The Lord roared, blowing them away with the force of his voice. But the Lord has spoken. Unless you want to leave this mountain as a corpse, I suggest you leave now. Leah stepped forward and interrupted. The government officials gritted their teeth in frustration and began descending the mountain. Due to the pain in their body, they had to support each other as they slowly limped away. Why didn't you try to stop them or convince them that Yuan isn't dangerous? Leah asked the Lord after the officials left. You think they'd listen to me? Humans are foolish and cowardly creatures, especially when their power and control are threatened. The Lord sighed. Anyway, this was bound to happen sooner or later. Let's wait and see how hell deal with this. Leah silently acknowledged. Chapter 1584, A Villain. Chapter 1584, A Villain. Fuck. Why did the Lord refuse to help us? Could he be afraid of Yuan? That's impossible. The Lord has an unfathomable cultivation. He could easily kill someone like Yuan. Whatever his reason is, we cannot leave without any results. Our supervisors will eat us alive if we return empty-handed. But what the hell are we supposed to do? The government officials stopped moving and decided to sit by the road to think. They were also in too much pain to walk and took this opportunity to heal. After some time, they considered returning to the peak for another attempt to convince the Lord, but no one actually dared, fearing that the Lord would kill them for such audacity. There's nothing we can do here. I'm sure our supervisors will understand. Let's get out of here before there's a misunderstanding. Yeah, it's not like we can argue with the Lord. The officials got back on their feet and began descending the mountain again. Sometime later, they noticed a handsome young man coming up the mountain from a distance. Despite his youthful appearance, he had a profound aura and exuded the presence of an expert. Look over there. It's Yuan. The government officials immediately halted their steps when they recognized the young man to be Yuan, the very person they were trying to put under control. Yuan noticed these individuals long before they even saw him and had plenty of time to ponder how he should interact with them, if he even should. Once they were only several feet apart from each other, Yuan stopped in front of them with a friendly smile on his face. Judging by your suits, you must be with the government. Did you already finish your discussion with the Lord? How did it go? He asked. What are you talking about? The officials' eyes widened with surprise, almost as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Yuan pretended to look confused and said, I thought you were here to see whether you can get the Lord to deal with me, or something along that line. Was I mistaken? You? The government officials' faces darkened after hearing his words. However, they quickly realized the gravity of their situation. If they respond incorrectly and offend Yuan, it might trigger what they fear could happen. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Our supervisors are not trying to deal with you. We just want to make sure you don't accidentally destroy a city or the world. Wow, that's quite the assumption there. How did you come up with such a conclusion? Is it because of my performance during the faction war? Before the officials could respond, Yuan continued. Or is it because of the 10 great families? Are they telling you that I am dangerous and need to be dealt with? Well, it doesn't really matter. Tell your supervisors that I have no intention of being controlled, nor do I have any plans on overthrowing the government, as long as you know your place and don't touch my friends and family. In case they don't want to listen, Tell them that what they'd witnessed during the faction war was only a small fraction of my full strength. If they want to see me prove it, they can go ahead and continue messing with me. The government officials trembled upon seeing Yuan's cold smile. They couldn't imagine Yuan possessing more power than what they'd already witnessed, but they didn't doubt him. Yuan suddenly walked forward until he was standing right in front of them. "Are you afraid of me?" Yuan placed his right hand on the official's shoulder and could immediately feel the man trembling in fear. "There's no reason to fear me, at least not yet. As long as the government doesn't overstep its boundaries, I won't do anything to you guys." Yuan gave the man's shoulder a gentle pat before walking past them and disappearing into the formation. All of the officials fell to their knees once they could no longer sense Yuan's presence. Their bodies began sweating profusely, and their legs felt like tofu, almost as though they'd just escaped a near-death situation. None of the officials spoke to each other, as they all had their own thoughts to figure out. Sometime later, they stood up and left the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. They would not utter a single word until they returned to their supervisors, informing them of the Lord's response, as well as Yuan's warning to them. Meanwhile, Yuan met with the Lord, who had watched his conversation with the officials. "You sounded like a villain back there. Are you sure that's how you want to appear?" the Lord asked him. Yuan shrugged. "They're the ones who branded me as one first. It wouldn't have mattered how I acted, since I would still be a villain in their eyes. Anyway, I didn't come here to talk about them. The Eternal Lotuses, who is in an alliance with my Demon Sealing faction, would like to move their headquarters to the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. My sister is there, and I would like to keep her close to me for now. Do you think that's possible?" "Of course that's possible. Even if we don't have room, they'll make sure there's room. In fact, I have been thinking about clearing out the mountain so it's exclusively used by you and those close to you." Yuan was surprised to hear this, and quickly said, "There's no need to do that for me. What am I going to do with an entire mountain, anyway? I am fine with what I currently have, so just keep things the way they are." "I understand." The Lord nodded. After chatting a little more, Yuan returned to his residence and contacted Bai Ning. "Yes, I have received the Lord's approval, so you can move here whenever you want. Then we'll move there in a few days. They'll see you then." "See you." Bai Ning immediately started the process after hanging up. "You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.